Good morning and Happy New Year. I now call the January 9th, 2025 Administrative Briefing and Work Session of the Marion County School Board to order at 9 a.m. Please silence your electronic devices to avoid disturbing others. Mirroring and modeling how our students begin each day, I ask that you please pause for a moment of silence. Thank you. Good morning. Board Member Thrower, would you read our commitment statement, please?
Absolutely. We are the Marion County School District Leadership Team. When we come together to work, we are efficient, effective, and productive. Our three most important characteristics are dedicated, transparent, and individually responsible. To work well together, we must demonstrate respect, confront reality, and be accountable. We will always put students first, and we will leave a legacy of success.
Thank you. All right. So, Dr. Gullett, would you mind reading our statement for us?
Would you like me to read Attorney Powers?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Please, ma'am. Thank
Yes,
you.
absolutely. This work session is a public meeting as defined in Florida Sunshine Law. The board is dedicated to full transparency in its meetings and its work. In compliance with Sunshine Law, the board has adopted uniform meeting procedures, including the right for citizens to participate. The board will allow public comment regarding any work session item listed on today's agenda at the appropriate time. Speakers must fill out a request form located in the lobby and hand it to the board clerk. After the board and the superintendent have completed their discussion on a particular agenda item, the board clerk will call speakers' names in the order that they are received. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. As required by the Sunshine Law, the board must maintain orderly conduct and proper decorum throughout the meeting. Speakers may criticize subject matter and decisions in a respectful manner, but not people. Finally, speakers must be very careful not to violate the privacy rights of others, especially students and their family members, by mentioning their names or other identifying information. And thank you for paying attention to these very important rules.
Thank you, Dr. Gullett, as I ask you to slide in and read that very quickly. So thank you for that.
Happy to do so.
Good morning, Ms. Martinez.
Good morning. The notice for the January 9th, 2025 work session was published in the Ocala Gazette on December 27th, 2024. Proof of publication has been attached to board docs under proof of publication.
Thank you. We will now begin the work session with the superintendent's administrative briefing. Good morning again, Dr. Gullett.
Good morning again, Madam Chair, members of the board. Great to see you, and Happy New Year to everyone. I know, board, we had a chance to be together yesterday, and Happy New Year to members of my staff and the public. I want to start just very briefly with a couple of, good morning, Attorney Powers, of just a couple housekeeping items. First of all, I want to say thank you on behalf of the district for hosting us here to the Marion County administrative staff. Their team has been phenomenal in hosting us. Thank you to the county administrators and especially to the county commissioners. We really appreciate your graciousness in allowing us to be here in this beautiful space. We appreciate you very much. And board, just as a reminder and to say publicly, I know you were invited to join the bus garage tour, which is scheduled to be January 22nd at 1 p.m. for those of you who can make it. We're doing that because that will come ahead of the work session topic that is scheduled for February 6th of our bus fleet. So we thought it would be nice to be able to come out and spend time with our team out there in the bus garage. And again, that will precede the work session topic on February 6th of transportation. And that concludes my administrative briefing. If you're ready for me to move forward, I know we have a full agenda today.
We do? Yes, we are ready to move forward.
Wonderful. Okay, so without further delay, I'm pleased to bring forward the next component of our strategic plan. Today, we're going to be presenting Goal 4 and the update of Goal 4 and where we are with that. And I want to thank the team for being here. Again, as a reminder, each of these goals are not just solely sitting in one department, bless you, but they come from different departments in a collaborative effort to meet the goals that we're trying to achieve in Marion County. So I'm pleased to have Ms. Boston-Ellis kick that off for us this morning. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning and Happy
Chair,
New Year.
Same to you, Chair Conrad, board members, Superintendent Dr. Gullett. These are very nice. We could get used to this,
Yes,
right?
we could. Yes, we could.
So Achieve 2026, Goal 4, Fiscal and Operational Efficiency. We know that our strategic plan is a living document, ever changing, and that's what we have learned over the past few years. But it's used to communicate our organizational goals, the priorities needed to achieve those goals, and metrics used to measure our progress on these goals. Today, we will provide updates to Goal 4. Goal 4, as Dr. Gullett says, covers several different areas, ranging from technology, transportation, facilities, food and nutrition services, purchasing, grant and federal programs, budgeting, and risk management. We're all different departments, but definitely intertwined, and that's one of the things that we had discovered. As you can see, there's 8 of us that are going to provide updates today, and we will go in the order as listed, not on the presenters, but as listed on the particular slides. Our objective is to ensure operational effectiveness and efficiency of the resources that are aligned with our strategic priorities. And the outcome metrics is the specific data that we collect to assess the extent to which expected outcomes, changes in behaviors, or knowledge have been achieved. Baseline data was set in most instances, and each department will discuss the outcome metrics and where we are in meeting the goals of Achieve 2026. You will notice that we are making progress in some metrics. You will notice that we have added, deleted, and met some goals. We are constantly making adjustments and reassessing our metrics in some areas as well. We are excited, right, team, to share with you today. We will begin Goal 4 with Mr. Richard Benvenuti, our Director of Technology, and we will follow with Mr. Eric Ostanek, Supervisor of Transportation, Mrs. Yvonne Bumbach, the Director of Facilities, Mrs. Lynn Taylor, who is the Executive Director of Business Services. She will be standing in for Risk Management. Mrs. Ramona Belcher, who is the Supervisor of Food and Nutrition. Mr. Rick Collins, he is the Purchasing Specialist, and Dr. Stacy Varner. She is our Director of Grants and Federal Programs, and I'll intertwine in between some of these presentations as well. So here we go.
Good morning, Board Chair Conrad, Vice Chair Cummings, and board members and Superintendent Dr. Gullett.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm pleased to provide an update on Goal 4 of the MCPS. There we go. Strategy 4 focuses on enhancing operational effectiveness and aligning the efficiency of our resources with our strategic priorities. Having successfully achieved our previous outcome metric, we've adopted a new outcome metric that better reflects the district's evolving technology needs. The new metric centers on maintaining network availability during school hours to ensure consistent and reliable access to digital resources for both students and staff. Additionally, to support the new outcome, we've introduced 5 new key indicators designed to help provide secure, uninterrupted access to our network, access to classroom technologies, and provide security. These are all essential components that support the technology used for instruction and business operations. We've made significant strides in advancing both our infrastructure and educational resources this year. Currently, 2,381 classrooms are equipped with interactive flat panels. These advanced tools enable dynamic, engaging instructions as these panels seamlessly integrate multimedia interactive elements, foster collaborative and immersive learning experiences for our students. Additionally, we are also in the process of replacing all of our teacher desktops, ensuring that every teacher has the most current access to technology. In addition to our latest device refresh, the district currently has 54,616 active Chromebooks in use, bringing us closer to achieving equitable technological access for all students. This is vital for fostering digital literacy and preparing students for success in their academic and career journeys. Our work extends beyond devices. To support these tools and ensure network stability, we've made significant upgrades. We're in the process of replacing critical network switches to improve speed, reliability, and security. We've also placed a strong emphasis on cybersecurity to safeguard our systems and data. Our ongoing and planned projects are focused on strengthening security and include multi-factor authentication, phishing awareness campaigns, updated user access controls. These initiatives are vital for protecting the privacy and security of all of our students and staff's data while ensuring secure access to digital resources they rely on. In our ongoing efforts to improve functionality and accessibility, we are transitioning to SharePoint Online. This change will streamline collaboration and communication across the district, providing a more cohesive digital environment. Additionally, we've refreshed our websites to offer our families and communities easier access to important information, helping to enhance transparency and engagement. Looking ahead, we're focusing on several key initiatives. We're developing a comprehensive standard operating procedure for evaluating and approving digital tools. This process will ensure all tools are aligned with our instructional and business goals while meeting strict security and compliance standards. We're exploring innovative solutions, including a device checkout program for sixth grade students at selected schools to expand technology access both at school and at home. Providing teacher laptops in pilot schools to enhance mobility and flexibility in classroom instruction. Testing digital classroom management software to help teachers effectively monitor and engage students in digital learning environments. These pilot projects will provide valuable insights to inform future district-wide decisions. Professional learning continues to be our cornerstone of our strategy through a combination of in-person sessions, virtual and on-demand resources, and our digital impact teacher cohorts. We're equipping our educators with the skills they need to maximize the potential of these technological tools in enhancing teaching and learning. With these advancements, Marion County Public Schools is adapting to the rapid changes of a technology-driven world, ensuring our students are fully prepared for success in the 21st century. Thank you. And then I'm going to be followed by Mr. Osnab.
Board, would you like to break here? Do we have any questions?
That would be great.
Okay, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Benvenuti, for the overview, and it's become very clear that having a very reliable technology department across the board is critical to our success. Everyone depends on it now. I'm looking at key activity at slide 4, the only one you had, 4.8.2, and just the part about ensuring all classrooms are equipped with innovative tech. And my question is, and this is probably in partnership with ESE, I'm thinking about our self-contained classrooms where kids are nonverbal and limited verbal, and any updates that you may have about directing resources to those students, because it's a game changer for them in terms of their communication and ability to access their academics.
So on that statement, we are making sure that any of the resources that we provide to our standard populations are available to those classrooms. And we're always constantly looking at new technology that becomes available to bring into those classrooms. For example, we adapt to specific classrooms. I'm just going to use an example. Our interactive panels, when the younger grades, we have them so that they can slide up and down so they adapt to the size of the students. So we're always looking for ways to adapt the technology to the students who are in those classrooms. So we're definitely always looking to find new technologies that can support the teachers.
That's fantastic, and I know it's expensive, and you may know this right off the top of your head, but just for the public, I'm interested to know what the overall budget is for technology and computers and all of that these days, because it wasn't something that was a line item many years ago. And people are always asking, why is education so expensive now?
Well, I'd have to get back with
Okay,
you on the,
that's fine.
the total amount, because that budget is usually spread out between multiple departments.
Right,
But
right.
it is there. It's significant. There's, for example, as Esther just rolled by, we used a lot of that money for our refresh, and so I could say we spent about $5 million just on the refresh of mobile devices. So as we continue, and mobile devices, I'm sorry, and desktops.
Yes.
As we continue, we're going to have to find ways to, of course, fund those technologies to keep them fresh for the school district. But yes, there is a cost. It is not a one and done, unfortunately, and is a continual cost for us to refresh.
Absolutely. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you. Mr. Benvenuti, would you mind elaborating a little bit on the pilot projects on this last slide that you talked about?
Sure. So we are right now working with 3 schools. We're developing a process for these schools to be able to check out devices to students. We're going to learn from these 3 schools as we hand out these devices to students, learn processes like repairs, how do we repair them, how teachers will be using it in the classrooms. We're testing digital classroom technologies for how to manage these devices as part of instruction. So they're really not a replacement of like a textbook or anything. They're going to be integrated in what the teachers are using to provide instruction to those students. So the pilot is there to try to really hone us in our processes and understandings of how they would be used in our classrooms here in Marion. And then what we would do is we would expand it. We're looking to expand that checkout program to a district program. And it may not be housed at the schools. It may be managed by the district, depending on what we learn, so.
Do you, the teacher laptops, I was fortunate at the school I worked at, we always had a teacher laptop that we were able to take home. So that's not common practice?
Not right now.
Okay.
But we are, that's why
Working on
we're bringing it into these 3 schools to see what kind of effect it will have in the classroom for us, how teachers take advantage of it, and how useful they are to them, because it is going to be a large expense.
Yeah,
So
it
we
is
want to
a-
make
it is a
sure
large expense.
that it is something that will enhance our technology use in the classroom.
Okay, thank you. I'll be interested to see. I think that will be very, at least from my board seat, I think that will be very beneficial. I know I personally, I took mine home every day. I used it every day. So thank you for that. I appreciate the presentation. Board, any other questions? Yes, Dr. James.
I was reminded of my conversation that you walked yesterday when we were leaving the legislative delegation. Mr. Crutel, I think is how you say his last name, he caught me and we were chatting about broadband and things that are way beyond the complexities of what my brain can understand for technology. But what he, and we can talk about this later, board, but I wanted to just share, he's interested in having a board member come on to their committee. Is that what you would call
Yeah,
it?
it's a committee when we meet monthly to discuss what the broadband situation is for the county.
Yes.
And so we work with ISPs, with providers of internet, and we work to ensure that areas are getting served. And so we also provide trainings for the community. And so I think they really want participation from the school district
Yeah.
to be able to provide some of those trainings.
So we can talk about that in comments later,
Yeah.
potentially, of like, because we've already had our committee conversation, but I wanted to just mention that he was highly complimentary of Mr. Benvenuti and wants to grow and foster an even stronger relationship with the school system, because I think if we were able to not only advocate for our constituents of like needs they have in their particular communities, and we can bring that to the table in those conversations and share, you know, people way out in the forest are struggling to get connectivity and we're putting hotspots out there. There's value in doing that. And then also they're interested in coming to family engagement nights and talking to our families at our Title I family engagement nights too. So you just reminded me of that when this came up, so I wanted to share that.
Thank you, Dr. James. All right, thank you, Mr. Benvenuti.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
I'm here to obviously talk about transportation and how we're meeting our goals with the strategic plan. We have strategy 4B, which is provide reliable and safe bus transportation, and everything we do tries to encompass that goal and that strategy to try to improve. And I think we're seeing with our numbers how we are improving in that range. We have gone over, in the last 5 weeks, we've been over 90% AM on time arrival every recorded week for the past 5 weeks. And so that number's continue to climb in the past year and a half, 2 years. Right, able to switch the slide there. As far as providing that reliable and safe bus transportation, the activities that we're using to do that are exploring ways to obviously retain our drivers and keep them and provide them with the tools that they need to be able to perform their jobs. Explore ways to increase the daily bus driver attendance and make sure that everyone's getting here, being able to arrive and be here on time and be able to provide the service for our students. Increasing the school efficiency of unloading and feeding students, and that's something that I think we've been working with Ms. Belcher on. We don't have to do that quite as much anymore, that we've moved away from the pandemic. We're seeing that our on-time arrivals are better, so that service isn't needed as much, but it is still provided at a few schools. And then maximize our fleet usage to improve the timely delivery of students to school and home, which we're continuing to do that and talk about our fleets and how we can make sure that our students are served in the best possible manner. If you look here at the morning on-time arrival graph, the line graph we have here, you'll see that we're increasing between about 3% and 6% a week compared to last year's totals. That 3 to 6%, if you take a 5% overall total, that's 1,100 kids a day. When you transport 22,000 students. So that's a large increase when you think about that, when kids get 1,100 students getting to school on time on a daily basis. Our PM on-time arrivals, that's a little different in the way it's judged, because it's judged by the way our current software works. It's judged by when the bus arrives to the school in the afternoon. So if they're not there at least 5 minutes before the bell, it's going to show that they're late. So that's why you see that percentage is a little bit lower. Because there's no way for us with our current technology to judge when each kid gets dropped off at their stop in the afternoon. It's easy to judge with AM. The bus pulls in on time. You know what time they drop off at the school. Well, when you're running, thousands of stops a day in the afternoon, that is kind of impossible to get that percentage. So that's why we use what time the bus actually arrives to the school in the afternoon to make that determination.
That's interesting. I'm glad you clarified that because I did not know that that's what that meant at all. I thought it meant that's how many kids get to their house on time.
No, ma'am. It's what time our buses are getting to the school in the afternoon. So I apologize if there was any confusion on that. But we just haven't been able to develop a way to determine if the kid's getting dropped off, because there's so many stops, which ones are getting dropped off on time. So we have to go with that percentage there.
Does Here Comes the Bus, sorry to
No, that's
interject.
all right.
Does Here Comes the Bus, it says though when the bus gets to the stop, right?
Correct.
So the technology might exist within Here Comes the
But
Bus?
it's a matter of or figuring out how to pull that data.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Because the parent can see what time their kid presumably got off the bus with
Correct.
the app.
Because technically, the way it works after, like the first stop could be on time, but if at the second stop, if we get caught in traffic, could be late.
Mm-hmm.
And then the third stop, so there's a lot of variables there for the PM.
Okay.
On-time delivery to stop. Sure.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Here we have to provide the average daily attendance for our drivers. We're averaging 95% for if you take out FMLA for our driver attendance, which is very good. But you also, when you have roughly 200, we'll say 250, but we're not quite there. I think we're 248 or somewhere around there, or drivers 245 in that range. When you take out that number, that's where you get your 12 to 13 absences a day. So that's your 5%. Then our arrival reports shared weekly for review and tracking, which we try to keep that, get that information out to everybody so we can kind of get a good gauge of how we're doing. Are we making progress, or are we kind of at a plateau, or are there areas that we need to improve? Now this is just a chart here that shows our driver attendance. If you look at it, we have taken a little bit of a dip this year, not much. I mean, it's a very small. The percentage that we're looking at, you're really looking at maybe 1-2 drivers more that are out per day on average. But we're working to increase that. Some of the ways that we're working to increase that, obviously, are providing the trying to make the life of the driver and our employees as work friendly as possible when it comes to giving them the proper equipment that's needed to be able to do their job. And part of that equipment we're talking about is routing software. We've updated to Transversa. That's a large undertaking for our routing department, which we have 4 routers. We have a mapping specialist, and then we have Miss Howard who overseeing that aspect of it. We meet at least 2 to 3 times a week with the Transversa company, going over kind of the crossover from the current routing software that we're using now, transferring over to Transversa, which the good thing about that is it provides kind of unlimited users and things like that, whereas the service that we have now, you have licenses, so only so many people can use the software and those kind of things. So there's a lot of good things that are coming out of that. Maximizing the fleet usage by multi-tiering as many routes as possible. I think that's a horse that we have beat to death already, so I'm going to skip over past that. We're working very hard at that. Adding new Wi-Fi enabled camera systems. That's something we're working with technology to try to get that implemented. And that goes to the testament of the crossover between departments of trying to get things done. That with our IT department, they're doing a good job of trying to get that implemented for us. And then the update of bus tablets to include turn-by-turn directions. That's something that we're looking at and we're trying to get incorporated. That particular system has a lot of really neat features. They have dynamic run capability. What that is if you have, say 4 students are left at a school and we need a bus to go get those students, and the driver doesn't know where they're at. The driver can go there, put in their names, and do a little bit of magic, and the system will spit out, okay, this is the best way to take those 4 students home. Is that the ideal way to do it? Obviously not, but it does give us that capability. It provides unlimited users. Seating charts are electronic on this system. Online pre-trip inspections are available through this system. Online check for drivers. Right now, our drivers clock in and we check, but this provides us a online way to pull up and say, okay, all these routes are covered. If you have say a no-call, no-show, you're going to be able to pull it up and see right there. So it's just another kind of a safety feature. Drivers can search any run in the database. So if we have someone, a driver gets sick and has to go and can't finish their run, we send someone else there. They can pull up the new run in that database, and it's right there with turn-by-turn for them. It shows pictures of students to help with safety and identification, and also it shows if students have drop-off restrictions. So there's a lot of interesting stuff there. Obviously, it's like everything else. We just got to find the money.
Yes.
Wondering if there's an estimate on what that costs.
There is, and to make sure that I'm correct, what I'll do is when when you guys come over and when we meet and I give the update on February 6th, or when you come to to walk through the garage, I can give that estimate and everything, and that way I'm correct and not just giving it off the top of my head.
We'll just go with a lot for today.
Well, I guess it depends on who. If we're Elon Musk, maybe it's not as much.
He can pay for it.
Good point. Good point.
Okay, well, thank you guys very much. That's transportation updates. If you have questions, I will stay. If not, I believe Ms. Boombach is next.
I just had, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
I just had a recommendation. I saw a little negative thing on Facebook today about a bus stop on 301, and it's dangerous. And a lot of times I find that people are just misaware, have misinformation about where stops have to go, how you're supposed to stop on a divided highway. And so I know we put out that social information at the beginning of the school year, but I would love to see us, and this is not necessarily your department, but I would love to see us monthly be putting out communication about where bus stops go, how close they can be. I know you and I've had this conversation about how close they can be to your doorstep, what kids we do pick up, and just more information-based, public-facing information so that when people maybe get upset about, I guess the bus was stopped at the top of a hill or the bottom of the hill, I don't know. But either way, the bus, I'm sure, is stopping there because that's the closest to the student's house and et cetera, et cetera. And so I would love, as a constituent, to be able to say, here, look at this post from earlier this month where we talked about where bus placement has to be. And yes, some kids live on a major highway. That's just how that cookie crumbles. So just going forward, I would love to see more proactive communication on our social medias about that kind of stuff so that we can say our narrative about why we transport the way we do and et cetera. And even like how far we travel and how many kids we transport and just making sure people understand, like, you know, we don't get enough money to cover transporting students across the state of Rhode Island. And so painting that picture for people so they understand.
Thank you, Dr. James. I love that. I love that idea. Reverend Cummings.
Thank you. Mr. Ostanek, question. I know that we had some legislation that came out about the cameras that pop out and stuff to keep people from going around. Do we have that capability on all of our buses?
We do not have that capability at this time. We've looked into it. The issue there is we've kind of allowed other districts to see how it's going to go. But there's a very, very large cost.
Right.
And every company wants a piece of that pie that has part of that cost. So when we've, Mr. McFadden and myself have met with a few companies on it, when you look at what it costs, it's going to cost us money to do it. Because they say, oh, you know, if you don't make enough money this month, it'll roll over to next month. And it's just, it doesn't seem like it's fiscally responsible. Now, when I say that, understand that the good part of it is if we could get it on just a few buses and then we could maybe rotate them through, then that may be something that could work. But if you try to put it on all the buses, the cost is going to, I think, outweigh you know, what it's going to do for us.
And I asked that question because oftentimes we get these mandates from Tallahassee concerning safety issues and such, and those are unfunded mandates that people don't understand. There's a huge astronomical cost that goes along with it. So I want that to be out to the public because they need to understand when we're asking for things and when we're saying that we need to do these things, there's a cost. How many buses do we have in the county?
We have over 300 buses in our fleet. Now, all of those are not active buses. Some are in the graveyard. Some are buses that are just for parts. But right now, we currently have 249 routes. Right. So that's 249 buses running every day. And then you have another 35, 40 that are actually active that we're using as spares.
So the cost would be to outfit, let's say, roughly 250 buses with that type of technology. It would be really, really costly.
Yes, sir, and there's not going to be a return on the investment. Now, when I say that monetarily, obviously, please don't understand, I'm not talking about safety of children because you can't put a monetary value on that.
Right.
But just from the actual cost of the monetary cost of it.
Thank you.
Dr. James.
I thought I had a conversation with you and Mr. McFadden, and I thought we had them on like 23 buses or something. Or was that just like the quote we had gotten? And I don't know where Mr. McFadden is. Oh, there he is.
yes.
Didn't we talk about that, Mr. McFadden? And there was, because I had somebody ask me about it, and it was, and maybe it was just a quote, but those bus drivers were doing a survey about.
We do a survey yearly
Okay.
that we're required to do by the state, and it shows us how many illegal passings there are when the stop arm is out, if they pass on the left, if they pass on the right, and that's done throughout the state and submitted. So we get that data that we have that we supply to the state. You pick one day within the time frame, and all our drivers fill out that survey and complete the form and turn it in.
Yeah, I guess I mean, I remember this conversation, and maybe it wasn't with you, maybe it was with Mr. McFadden, and we were picking like the top 25 most violated runs or bus routes or whatever, and we were going to put it on just those first ones. But maybe
I know I've discussed it, but I don't remember discussing it with you, so I apologize
Okay.
if we did. I do not
It might have
remember
been
that.
Mr.
But it has
McFadden.
been in discussions.
okay.
But it comes down to the fiscal responsibility of it. Is it going to give us a return on the investment?
Okay.
Yes.
Just piggybacking on what the other board members were sharing on these stop arm cameras. When a picture is taken of a car that is passing illegally, does it capture the license plate and then they automatically get a fine? How does it work?
You have the way it's set up. You have to get with the sheriff's office, OPD, and they would have to actually be responsible for part of it. We get the pictures. It goes to the company, whatever company we were to choose. That data then goes to the sheriff's office or whichever. They process the information and send it out. And I believe it starts as a civil penalty.
Correct.
So that it would be a civil penalty or whatever the fine is, and they would be required to pay it, or they could challenge it and go before a judge and do that. There's a lot more intricacies to it. And maybe what I can write down on here is maybe I can try to have a little bit more of that information to provide, so I don't misspeak or anything like that for when you guys come over.
Especially in a district of our size, we're talking scaling up if we were ever to do this. And I was trying to figure out in my mind how we could recapture, some of the money. And it'd be great to use technology where it takes a picture of the license plate and that $500 ticket goes directly to the owner of that car.
Right.
That would be the way I would do it.
It's not a 500. I think it's usually 150 or something like that.
I think 500 would be a great start.
on the ticket, and once that word gets out that it's there,
Right.
and say you send out 10, 15, 20 tickets, you capture that money, the word's out that it's there, it stops happening. Now you're still paying the monthly fee on every one of those cameras. You're not recouping any money.
They could just
So
be decoys and you could have them shut off.
But most of the companies have like a 3-year contract that you're signing with them to do it.
Right. Well, interesting conversation. Anything we can do to make it safer, obviously, worthy. I have a question about the vans. How many vans did we say that we approved? Several vans.
7.
Was it 7?
We currently have 2 that are with us that we're using. Matter of fact, Mr. Orr, thank you very much, because you help us in the afternoon sometimes with a couple of those students in one of the vans that we run from Ocala Springs.
The reason why I was asking is because, like, you made the example of maybe 4 kids at a school that need a ride home. I was just wondering if they've been helpful in things like that, too, for the in-the-moment things, so that a bus wouldn't have to then impact a bunch of families, versus getting the van, if there's someone available to drive it, to come and grab them.
We're seeing more of that now as we get more drivers in seats. Our office staff are not driving buses, and they're in the office. So when we have that, the 2 vans we currently have, we're able to use in that capacity. I can tell you from at the beginning of the year, we had a route that we couldn't cover. It was 2 kids that lived out in Orange Springs. Then they went to Wymena Park. I would leave the van parked at North Marion High School, go jump in the van in the morning, just leave my truck there, drive the van to Orange Springs, pick them up, take them, and drop them off at Waimea Park. And then in the afternoons, we were able to have someone else do it, and then we could get the van parked, and I would just drive home from North Marion High. So that part of having the vans is getting them in strategic locations. For us, the ones that we're I believe we have on order, then we'll be able to place one at each zone. So now you have one there because currently if you have two and you have 7 different areas that you're working out of, you can't cover all the bases.
Are more vans on order if we budgeted for 7?
We order. I slept since then, so I'm gonna have to look back. I
been a
know
while.
we were in conversation. I can't remember if it got approved or not, so I'll have to go back and look.
Okay, all right, because it does seem like a great option, again, to free up our drivers to continue to drive the buses, and maybe some retired drivers are willing to drive a few kids in a van versus a whole bus and that type of thing. My last question is about the compression allocation. Board, I think we're all pretty familiar with that, and that the state has recognized, that counties the size of ours with the transportation needs that we have, and they've tried to provide, some support for that. But I think the last conversation I had with Teresa was we're probably 4 million. I don't even know if, there's Teresa. Is that about right? 4 million that we have to use out of general funds, or maybe even more, to support transportation?
So I think our conversations were that our allocations are 13, 14 million, but the actual costs of the transportation department, including the bus garage, is about twice that.
Yeah, thank you for that. And it isn't something that hit our legislative priority list this year, but it certainly can be something that can come up in conversation as we continue to thank them for the compression funds.
Absolutely, and it
Yes.
can actually be something that hits our Central Florida Public School Board Coalition agenda that we're going to be talking about on Monday. Jessica Janasiewicz is our speaker, and we're going to be talking about priorities just for Central Florida, because we're not the only district that has the challenge. Polk is larger than we are, and they're rural in many parts as well. So some of our Central Florida districts, hopefully we can put together our own platform, and that can be something we can talk very specifically about. We don't have the benefit of public transportation like a Miami-Dade or other infrastructure that might be available in even Orange County to some degree. So hopefully that will be something we can not make our specific platform, but something we can gather with others in Central Florida to do.
Fantastic, because bus drivers keep saying, it's money and student behavior, that kind of alternates between the top 1 and 2. And we're having to divert all this money just to keep the flow going, and there's only so much to go around. So anyway, thank you, appreciate it.
I just have one question, and really, it might be a conversation for another day. When we talk about attendance for drivers, we had some discussion in one of our meetings about, and Teresa, we met and talked about this also, for their bonus, their attendance bonus that happens quarterly? Is that
It happens
Every semester.
And I think where you're going with this is we talked about maybe trying to see if we could split that up into a monthly bonus. So if
Yes.
you miss out that first month, you still have a chance the second month.
correct? Any further discussion on that? Has it come forward?
At this point, no, ma'am, we haven't moved forward with that, but that's something that we are discussing.
Okay. I just think that's a very valid move incentive-wise, because if I mess up my bonus the first week of the quarter, I lose my incentive for the rest of that quarter. Well, I've already lost it, so why put in that extra effort, to be at work on Friday or Monday? And so I really would like to have further conversation about what that would look like. I can't see Ms. Boston Ellis because she's directly behind you. So you don't know if
You're
she's
gonna have to sit
making a
somewhere
face at
else.
me or not.
Right.
It is
But,
a new year. I guess I should start dieting.
Yes. So anyway, I really do think that could move the needle some, and so I am interested in furthering that conversation. And before we let you go, I just want to say thank you for the work that you and your team are doing. this conversation, improving transportation, has been going on since I came on the board, so 2 years. And it's been slow and steady, but we're really starting to see some good numbers. And I'm just really thankful for the work that you and your team do every morning and every afternoon to get our kids to school on time. So thank you.
Well, thank you. We appreciate the support that you guys provide for us.
All right. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Board Chair
Good
Conrad,
morning.
Vice Chair Cummings, board members. I'm here to talk about Strategy 4C. And that is to ensure facilities are healthy and safe physical environments for working and learning. As you can see on this slide, there are some activities that have been completed. Activity 4C2 was to develop a system for tracking maintenance requests. We have since then implemented that new system, FMX. It is to track maintenance requests. It's no more paper work orders. They are put into the system, and everything is electronically. That system will be maintained, and we'll keep moving forward with that system. It's working really well. Activity 4C3 was to explore alternative revenue sources, because we had a lot of unfunded projects in our 5-year improvement plan. Since then, we have received the ESSER3 funding, which helped us with a lot of projects. We received the impact fees. The sales tax has passed since then, and we also received that certificate of participation, which helped us starting on some new construction of new schools, which is really exciting. Key activity 4C4 is air quality enhancements. With the, I believe, the ESSER3 money, we bought the UVC lights. They have been installed at all campuses where there was no dedicated fresh air units. We installed them in all those units. There's 2 parts to it, and high intensity light and a coil light. And going forward now, all new construction, all new HVAC equipment that we are installing, we require those UVC lights to be put in. Since we completed some of those key activities, we have established a new outcome metric to our objective. As you can see on the slide, we want to reduce the established critical infrastructure replacement needs for school facilities by 20% each year for the next 5 years. At the moment, we are working on establishing a baseline, and our goal is to achieve 100% in 5 years. The baseline will be based on that. Ms. Dobbins has met with you and showed you the needs at each school, and they were all color-coded, and you talked about your priority list. This database will be our baseline. And to ensure that we reach this goal, we developed 4 new key activities. And I will explain them in a little bit. The first key activity is to transfer that assessment, that database we have, into a new software data bank to house and maintain the collection of that data, which would make it much more user-friendly, easier to update, and for you to check on the status at each school. Goal or activity number 2 would be to partner with a consultant firm to help us find a system where we can input that data, and also to partner with them to evaluate what we have found, what we are thinking, that it does align with industry standards, just to have another opinion and input. Key activity number 3 is to maintain and evaluate that assessment data bank annually to make sure we are really updating it and addressing needs that coming up during the year. And activity number 4 is to implement and assess the assessment data in the capital 5-year plan to strategically address the project needs, and then to work with finance to really allocate the funding to the most critical needs on the next 5 years. So the goal with these new activities is to assess the major infrastructure elements. We're looking at the age of the buildings, the HVAC, the roof, the electrical system, plumbing, fire alarm, going all the way into finishes, the flooring, the doors, the windows, the ceilings, lighting, also on the side, the pavement and the parking lots. We will provide an overall description for each school facility condition, and the way we have seen it in other districts. We found a really nice system another out-of-state school district is using. They have on their main website each school listed, and you can see color-coded for each of these systems, a green, yellow, or red, and you can right there see, oh, we need to address the roof at school X in the next 2-3 years. It's turned yellow, but electrical is good. So it's a really easy, user-friendly system. That's what we would like to accomplish here as well. And we need to update it annually. And then we can understand those needs much easier and strategically address them, and hopefully stretch the useful life of the buildings much further. So the conditions need to be assigned a relative index, like a numerical scale, and that scale will then be translated in the color code. So green would be, oh, that school or that system only needs preventative maintenance. Yellow then goes back into minor repairs, maybe 1 or 2 significant repairs. Red then indicates major repairs or replacement of one system or multiple systems. And that's all I have, if you have any questions.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Sure. So I have 2 questions, but I'll go with the first one based on what you were just talking about. So is the intention that we would create a public-facing document similar to the one that Ms. Dobbins has shown us, but the intention is not to do that until after we've reached some level of positivity? That's my question, because my concern in the choice district and the state of Florida choices that have now become so evident is that any family would look at some of the school buildings, negating all of the wonderful things happening inside that building and the wonderful people there doing all the good work. But the family would look at what this public-facing chart would be, and they'll make a decision based solely on that to not put their child in that school. My concern with that thought process is that if we don't, we know we have problems. We know we do. That's why we have impact fees and sales tax now. We know what our strategic goals are to try to make changes to that. But my hope is, as we're considering making that a public-facing document or public-facing page of some sort, is that we start making that progress. Give us at least a year or 2 before we make that really public. And so I don't know what your timeline is on that. Could you share what your timeline is on?
Yeah, so right now I'm just researching several companies. I reached out to a couple, had already a conversation how their system would incorporate what we are looking for. So we haven't made a final decision on the system yet. And then it will take some time to input all the data we have and then work with the consultant to make sure it aligns with what they are seeing. So it will take some time, and then when we incorporate it all, we can present it back to you to show you where we are, and then maybe make that decision together. Is it an internal tool that we're using just to develop our 5-year plan, or are we ready to present it to the public and have it publicly shown?
Certainly. Well, we know every document that's created, even Ms. Dobbins' one that she has right now, is a public piece of work, so anybody asking for it certainly could receive it. But there's something different than asking for a public records request than us publicly posting something and for the world to see. So board, I encourage us certainly to continue the work of what we're trying to do with this internal information, but at least give us a year or so to try to really make a dent in that, because this goal now is to, the outcome metric is to reduce by 20% each year over the next 5 years. Well, I mean, that would be great. If we at least would get to that level, then maybe we make it public. But we're nowhere near that right now. We know that. I mean, we know that. And so we haven't had capital funding, which is another reason why that made our legislative platform, even though we received impact fees and sales tax, I believe we still need to continue to explore alternative revenue sources with fundraising options and what that looks like from a capital building plan and how you actually get private gifts. And that's not something this board's ever done before. It's not something this district's ever done before. So, I mean, there's ways to continue to do that. But that would be my hope, board, as we continue to consider that. I'll leave that topic and move on to my other question. My other question is based on the electronic work orders. So I know that 4C2 was to develop that system for tracking maintenance requests. We've done that, so now what? So here's my questions that go with that. So are we increasing efficiency? Have we determined how long certain jobs take and or should take? And is that, if we're tracking them and we now know what that looks like, are we also reducing mileage because we know where somebody is and then a work order comes in that's urgent and we just go ahead and send them to the school that's closest to where they already are? Like, the paper work orders, part of that wasn't just the fact that they were having paper work orders and coffee stains and stuck in a truck and whatever might have happened, but it was because they had to drive somewhere to get that work order to then drive back out. So if they were in Bellevue and at Bellevue High School and they got a work order where they needed to go to Bellevue Elementary School, they had to physically come in town to get it, to go back. Now that we have it all electronic, are we saving on mileage? Are we saving on efficiency? It's not just that we have the system, it's like, how is it helping us?
So each of the foremen and the workers, they have iPads. So the foremans are getting those work orders on their iPads. It's electronically, and then they can communicate. They know exactly where their staff is, and then they can coordinate. I believe the efficiency is definitely increased. Tracking on how fast we can work on a work order, it really depends on the kind of work. Is it a quick fix the minor maintenance person on site can fix, or is it a large piece of equipment that needs to be replaced? That still takes longer time. So that is still there. But the efficiency of communication has increased. Also for the staff at the school to check, where is my work order? I haven't seen anybody come in yet. They can go in the system. They can see the status. Is it assigned to a person? And then can see also if the work order is closed, so they don't just have to call. They can check in the system right away on the status of the work order.
And so with that, we're also able to track those folks that are out in the field doing whatever that, my only thought, and I have heard anecdotally, so we'll share anecdotally, that at certain times there might be an employee that would be on a campus, and after they've completed their job, then they are sitting in the parking lot for an extended period of time, and people at the school know that. And so maybe that's a break time that we've worked in somehow, but I just want to make sure across departments that we have increased efficiency, because this was a cost initiative for us to go electronic. But if we haven't actually seen the efficiency increase, why not? And so that's my question. Because, I mean, that's beyond just all of the logic of going electronic from paper. Behind that, beyond that, there has to be increased efficiency. I mean, that's part of it. So, okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Board, any other questions or concerns?
I have a question.
Oh, yes, thanks.
Thanks, and thank you for this update. It's evident that there's a lot of initiative to professionalize and organize and be very aware of what's being done, how it's being done, and how it's coming along. And when you were talking about the new data bank and And I was thinking, maybe they'll use red, yellow, and green. That's so easy to understand. And then you said red, yellow, and green. I'm like, all right. So I also wanted to thank Ms. Dobbins, because that was an exhaustive amount of data that you shared with each board member, and I can only imagine how much time that took to put it together. So if there's software available, and here we go with technology again, to make that much faster and more efficient. We have so many facilities across such a vast amount of landmass that to wrangle all that and make it very understandable to the public, which I think is important. I also have to say that when you first mentioned it, similar to what Board Member Campbell was thinking, it's like, okay, we do want to be a little careful with that. Maybe start by saying, all of our buildings are completely safe for occupancy, before we talk about how the wiring is and that type of thing. But I think it's important, the more transparent we can be. On these key activities throughout this presentation, it would be great, because I feel like I keep thinking in my mind, okay, this sounds great, but how much? Maybe just in the future we can look at having just anticipated cost, estimated cost with each activity. I think that's not only helpful to me as a board member, but also to the public. Again, I keep circling around to people asking, why is education so expensive now? Well, here we are. Look at what we've already talked about this morning, which are all really important for the success of our district. And a little dollar sign or two attached to each key activity. So just something, that's just a suggestion. All right, thank you. Thank you for everything you do.
Chair,
Yes.
I'll just add, I don't necessarily agree. I think part of our commitment statement says we're transparent, and so if we're going to get the information, we should be transparent about publicly explaining it. And I think it helps support the narrative that we have a lot of work to do, and this is why we've asked for these funding sources. School choice is only choice for parents who have the opportunity and privilege to transport their child. So I don't actually think it's going to impact school choice very much at all, because the only parents that are able to participate in school choice are those that have the time to take their child or find other accommodations for their child to get to school. So in the spirit of transparency, which is what we say in our commitment statement, I think we should put it all out there, and let's have the very clear, confident conversation of these are our downfalls, and then this is what we're transparently doing to close the gaps. So since two other people talked about it, I figured I would add my 2 cents. Thank you.
Okay.
Just 30 seconds. That is completely accurate on school choice until legislation changes it. And so there is a very active plan right now in other states to provide transportation to increase school choice options. So that's all I'm going to say.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Boombach.
Thank you. And
Appreciate you.
Taylor will be next.
Good morning.
Good
Good morning, Chair Conrad, Vice Chair Cummings, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Gollett. This morning, I'm going to be talking about strategy 4C, which is to ensure facilities are healthy and safe, physical environment for working and learning. And with strategy 4C, we have added a new outcome metrics, which is to reduce the number of workplace and visitor accidents relating to facilities. We see these numbers here. These numbers refer to claims. Starting in 2022, we had 33 claims filed, so we decided to use that as the baseline. And you can see as we move into 23 and 24, the number is fluctuating, but the goal is to reach a target of 0, where we have no claims, meaning no accidents where claims are filed on, for the district. And one of the ways that we will do this is we have a safety compliance meeting that is held monthly at the schools. The purpose of these meetings is to discuss issues that are happening and, of course, put in the work orders to make sure that they are taken care of. And the way we ensure compliance is our risk inspector actually attends these meetings at least one school for the year. And for the ones that are not attended, or I should say she, gets the notes, do the reviews in terms of walkthroughs with the school to make sure that the work orders are being completed on time. And this is how we expect to reduce the number of accidents in school to promote a healthy and safe environment. And that will be it for me. And we would just move on to Ms. Ramona Belcher.
Thank you for adding that one.
Happy New Year. Good morning.
Good morning.
Both outcome metrics indicate a rise in meal participation with 5.3 million lunches served in the 22-23 school year, 5.8 million meals served in the 23-24 school year. So I'm pleased to report that Food Nutrition Services has achieved our goal of 80% participation. We are currently feeding over 34,000 lunches daily, and sometimes it goes up to 35,000, which puts us on target to exceed this goal for this school year. Key indicator 3, which aims to boost student participation through nutrition software and hardware selecting healthy meals, has also been completed. Meal Viewer provides parents and students easy access to menu and nutrition information through our online platform and mobile app. Users can view detailed nutritional data and calculate their meal selections by clicking the Added Up link. The platform also allows students to select their preferred menu items, which we can analyze through Meal Viewer's analytics to help us improve our offerings based on student preferences. We promote healthier eating by expanding nutrition and marketing through various channels, such as our Healthy Bites newsletter, our Facebook marketing and promotions, and the Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Program. You're familiar that the Vegetable Program is a grant initiative that provides a variety of fresh fruits and vegetables for students who may not otherwise have access to them. This year, 18 schools are participating, which is a 50% increase from the previous year. This is allowing us to educate an additional 11,000 students. This year, we launched the Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Program in partnership with Edible Arrangements to surprise over 600 classrooms with fresh fruit and vegetable arrangements featuring cantaloupe, honeydew, pineapple, and strawberries. Students also receive a fresh fruit and vegetable snack twice a week, which includes educational information about the item that they are consuming. Food Nutrition Services aim to actively involve students in their learning and promote healthy eating choices. This slide and the next slide will work hand in hand together to show you how we engage our students. New this year is a partnership with Dick and Jane Educational Snacks to create our first digital magazine featuring our industry partners, including dairy farmers, the FANS program, school gardens, and local farms. This magazine is accessible to parents on our Meal Viewer, and printed copies have been distributed to school's main office, and we've made it available through Peach Jar. The next edition is already in the works. October proved to be an eventful month as we navigated through challenges posed by hurricanes while celebrating Farm to School Month and National School Lunch Week, which was themed Find Your Treasure. During National School Lunch Week, students enjoyed prizes, trinkets, fun menu items, and some elementary schools even had a visit from a real Captain J, who emphasized the significance of eating healthy school meals. Additionally, our menu featured some different vegetables like roasted tricolor cauliflower and Brussels sprouts, emphasizing the enjoyable taste of healthy food. We also provided fun facts about each new vegetable with signage on all of the serving lines. The Farm to School program effectively delivers locally sourced produce directly to our lunch trays. In honor of Farm to School Month, we had the pleasure of hosting farmer Kevin Gwynn from Crohn's Cradle Conserve. Mr. Gwynn demonstrated to students the process of making Roselle cranberry sauce. A taste testing event was conducted at several schools where students sampled over 2,000 servings of the delightful and tangy Florida cranberry sauce. Participants gained insight to the cultivation of the Roselle plant, and they all received recipe cards to take home. We continue to grow our partnership with the hospital district and the FANS program to bring in and serve produce grown in our student gardens. During the 23-24 school year, we purchased a variety of vegetables such as broccoli, cabbage, cauliflower, cucumbers, collard green, kale, lettuce, mini peppers, red potatoes, and cherry tomatoes, all from our school gardens, which is pretty impressive. In total, over $2,000 of the produce was purchased to support the horticulture classrooms. This is a 193% increase from the previous year. The proceeds from the purchases are directly allocated back to the classroom and the programs to help offset operating costs. We value this partnership because it benefits students and promotes healthy eating habits, not only in the cafeterias, but in the classrooms. We engage students across the county by hosting taste testing events, giving them a voice in their menu selections. And last year, we hosted 8 taste testing events, which led to the addition of new menu items based on the feedback that we collected. Food and Nutrition Services supports the educational mission and vision of the Marion County School Board, and together with community partners, we're committed to providing nutritious and delicious meals that promote lifelong eating behaviors. Thank you. And if you have any questions, I'm happy.
Yes, Dr.
I just wanted to make a comment. My middle daughter, who started kindergarten this year, is obsessed with cheeseburgers. Cheeseburger was available yesterday for lunch, I believe. So highly recommend. She comes highly recommending all of the food in the lunch line. So I just wanted to say it's great. I pack her lunch every day, and most days there's nothing eaten because she just wants to eat school lunch. So I just wanted to share that positive thought. We have some 5-star reviews from my house.
That's awesome.
Very good. Yes, yes.
I just wanted to thank you because this is such an important initiative that just never used to be around. I mean, we went for the French fries and that was about it. And I think about, years ago, the promotion of Super Size Me and just what we were all faced with. And I think it's become much more common knowledge now that there's been a lot of chemicals put into foods and factory farms and all this crazy stuff. And for kids to be getting taught at a very young age to be equipped with how to make better food choices and being introduced to all these different kinds of foods is really important for their health. And it's such a great partnership with the hospital district and FANS and us to be able to bring this. And I've learned something. I had no idea what a dragon fruit was. I will admit that. I don't think I really knew what kohlrabi was. And I ate some of that at Maypoint Elementary School. So it's really a cool initiative, and it's doing a lot for our kids' well-being and the adults too. So thank you for the information you bring each time you come up.
Nope, you're welcome. All right. If there's nothing else, I will introduce our next speaker, Rick Collins, our purchasing specialist.
Good morning, everyone. How are y'all
Good
doing?
morning.
Okay, so I'll be providing an update on strategy 4E, which is increase efficiency in the procurement of goods and services. Key activity 1 of 4E was to explore a web-based bid software to streamline the bid process and to increase some efficiencies and reduce errors. I'm happy to say that we've been utilizing VendorLink now, and we have been quite pleased with VendorLink. As noted on this slide, didn't change slides, sorry. Not good at that. We've seen an increase in the number of bids that we're receiving for each bid process, which is always a great thing. Less vendor errors are being made with the way we post our bids on VendorLink. It's a lot clearer as to what the required forms are. So that's a good thing. It's made it super easy to address vendor questions as they come in a bid process. We can immediately answer them right on the spot, and they get their answer back immediately. And it's viewable for all of the vendors that are participating to easily see. So there's no more having to create a document and upload it, post it, all that good stuff. It's shortened the time it takes to do our tabulations, especially on our big warehouse bids, which are monstrous. We can, VendorLink will tabulate them for us, and all we have to do is then go factor the Florida preference, which is a lot quicker for us to do that. As noted in this key activity, because it's completed, we'll be removing this from the strategic plan moving forward. Key activity 3 was created to establish ways to increase procurement training. As noted, we surveyed the stakeholders involved to help us determine what the most important trainings would be. And we're happy to report that after creating the training materials, this past summer we began our trainings, and we conducted several small group trainings, and they were very well attended. We received positive feedback regarding the training that we provided, and we plan on continuing to do this training at least once a year, hopefully more. And anytime new staff is hired that will be involved in the purchasing process, we're going to bring them in and provide them that training as well. As noted, because this activity has been completed, we're going to remove it from the plan moving forward. Key activity 4 was created to expand piggyback contracts where appropriate to optimize savings. Looking for solid piggyback opportunities is something that purchasing staff constantly does on a daily basis, and we review many piggyback opportunities to see if they would be beneficial for us to utilize. Oops, I'm sorry. Where am I at? There we go. I apologize. A lot of times a piggyback is needed when a purchase is needed quickly, and if we can find one to help accommodate the end users to get what they need quickly, that's what we try to do. As noted in bullet 3, because this isn't really a measurable type activity, we're going to take it off the strategic plan, but we are going to continue to do that, and we do that constantly. Make that analyzation. And key activity 2 was created to revise the contracting process to reduce time for completion. This activity will continue on constantly as we strive to create efficiencies in this area in conjunction with the legal department. We work with legal almost on a daily basis, probably a daily basis, regarding contracts. And we've been making a more concerted effort to try to provide a better explanation to the end user that may not understand all the parameters involved as to why we're saying a contract's needed, or what the reason behind, we're saying you need a contract, because they don't understand all the nuances involved, and so we're trying to almost use it as like a teaching process for them to know that we're not just trying to hold their process up. We're trying to protect the district and at the same time. So that's all that I have for you. So that completes my update, and I believe Ms. Teresa will follow me up. Do you have any questions?
Thank you very much.
And I'd like to say thank you too. This is a very nice facility.
Isn't it so nice? I know.
Your taxpayer dollars at work.
Welcome back, Ms. Boston Ellis.
Thank you. This will be a really quick one, but I will be back. This outcome metric is an example of what we had to do to change. You may recall that our original target was 12% for unassigned fund balance, but due to additional funding needs based on the ending of ESSER, we have put that the ending fund balance back down to the 6%. So this represents a change to the outcome metrics. But what we have included and which you provided approval of was a new policy, and it is creating a fund called Committed, and the objective is to get to that 12%, but it won't be as aggressive as we had in the original policy. So we were going to set aside 2% every year. But again, because of the pressures on the budget, that would change, and we still have the objective to get to 12, but we won't be doing 2% every year in that particular fund balance. We know that that is important because of the years that I have been here. We see ebbs and flows of revenue, so it's so very important that we are putting money aside for rainy days or stormy days, and we're looking at this every year, but we did change it back down to 6%. We'll move on and talk about key activity 4F2, and that will be presented by Dr. Varner.
Happy New Year and good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Strategy 4F ensures financial resources are dedicated to the district's highest priority strategies. Funding from the selected grants are devoted to our district's highest priorities to support student achievement. All departments collaborate for financial needs to ensure equity is distributed throughout our district. Resources are monitored through the data efficiency of return on investment, as well as regular financial reviews with our grant managers to ensure we are being physically responsible with our spending. Implementing these strategies will help ensure that our financial resources are consistently aligned with our district's most important initiatives, maximizing both the impact and sustainabilities. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much, Dr.
Turn it
Varner.
back over to Ms. Boston Ellis.
Very good presentation. Excellent.
That because it was short and sweet?
We love them kind.
Let's see. Okay, continuing on with strategy 4F, ensuring financial stability, sound financial management, and operational efficiency. Key activity 4F3 calls for us to plan, develop, and monitor the district budgets and provide relevant financial information to the decision makers and the community, including training for district staff and school leaders. All funds utilized in the strategic budget plan have the requirement of being aligned with student achievement. So when all the budgets are submitted, we require that the particular department provide the particular goal that aligns with the funding request. We have a budget development process that has begun for the 25-26 year. We've started on that already. And also, we look at staffing ratios, and what's new this year for the 25-26 is that we are piloting a program for 4 schools, school-based budgeting. South Ocala, East Marion, Fort King, and Lake Worth High will all be a part of this school-based budgeting project. And all the other schools will be added, allocated funding based on the estimated FTE or our normal way of allocating funds. The budget department has enhanced training. They've provided training for secretaries, particularly new secretaries, new principals, department heads, and they've actually gone out and visited departments and schools to ensure that they understand their budget and that they are actually looking at their budget. The budgets are monitored monthly, including the grants to ascertain level of spending and if it is in line with timelines. So we just ended the month of December. We'll be looking at grants that started in July with the anticipation that they are about halfway done with their spending. And if they are not, providing to us an explanation of what they plan on doing for the rest of the year. So that just keeps all of us in line with what's going on. New last summer, because of ESSER going away, I spent a lot of time with curriculums, and we were looking at all of our spending and identifying if grant funds were either being maximized to supplement the programs that are being funded in general fund. The transparency part of our budgeting, publications such as our trifold document are available on the website, and hard copies are provided with the tentative through the final budget documents. In addition to our efforts to tell our story, as Dr. Gullett reminds us that we need to tell our story, because finance and budgeting is a very complex field, and most people don't understand that, how we get money and really what we're doing with the funds. We're basically a corporation, if you think about it, because we provide food to our community, we provide transportation, and we take care of transportation. We're our own custodial staff. We maintain all of our businesses. So a lot of times people do not know that. And we have found that out by attending and participating in different type of organizations, such as the Kiwanis Club, making presentations to them, the Marion County Board of County Commissioners, their Alumni Academy, Marion County Children's Alliance, and of course our ICROC committee. We used to do something called an Aspiring Administration Academy, where we actually talked to folks who were interested in being in administration. And then also our most famous and latest is the Leadership MCPS. And what we have found is these are individuals who are very much interested in the workings of the school district, and they're very much attuned to what is going on, and they are definitely advocates for our school district. And I saw one of the members of the class that we just recently finished. We know that there is a lot of more work to be done in this area of transparency and providing information to our community, but I believe that we are well on our way to doing that. We have some technology needs as well. Mr.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
So I'm here to update you on key activity 4, F4, which is to share with you the annual savings for the self-funded health plan versus the fully insured health plan. Moving from a fully insured health plan to a self-insured plan was actually a really great decision. We continue to see that costs are contained, and if we look at the prior 2 years, it demonstrates that we were able to save quite a significant money on our on a self-funded. 2023, 22, 23, we see that we were able to save $5.4 million. The cost there was less than if we were actually in a fully funded insurance program. In 2024, again, another $5 million in savings. And 2025, which is this current year, the reason why you see it's a little dip is because we are enhancing our current benefit offerings. However, we still have and still expect to maintain at least $5.1 million in saving on our self-insured plan. And this is all towards our goal of being fiscally responsive and to the community, to the board, as we continue to achieve our goals. And I believe this is our end. If there are any comments from the superintendent.
Thank you so much, Ms. Taylor. And board, before you take public comment, I just want to thank the team again, the representatives that you see here today, but all of the staff that are behind the scenes that are doing this great work. As you see, the continuing theme of revising the revision, looking transparently at how we can continue to improve. I'll go back to first year when I was here talking about building a learning organization, which is foundational in business on continuing to strive to do better. We have a responsibility to our taxpayers, and I'm just incredibly proud of all the team and their constant commitment to doing that. So really appreciate that, and thank you, board.
Thank you. Any final comments or questions? Yes, Dr. Campbell.
Ms. Boston Ellis walked away too quickly for me to say thank you on the site-based budgeting. You know, that's been the drum I've been banging for the last 4 years. I know it's taken us a while to get the pilots going, but now that we have them, and also thank you in advance for the hard work that will potentially be coming as that budget book that I handed off to you, board. Several of you saw it at the conference in December that from Martin County was just an example of how they have it broken down by each school and the number of employees and how much each school actually costs and all of the hard costs that are built into that. That's not the way I know that we've been doing it. And I think as the state is pushing us even more to really, unfortunately, the way it is, every single student we have has a dollar sign associated with them. And the whole reason we have money to even have fiscal operational management is because we have students. And we know we've had 3 years, if not more, of growth. When I became a board member, there were 38,000 students. So we've grown, and we know it's 45, 46,000 now, and potentially even continuing to grow as we become that in-migration hub for all of the state of Florida. But I'm just grateful for your vision and interest in thinking differently in how we do this, because we have to think differently in how we've done it. And whenever kids move school to school, what does that look like? What's that impact staffing-wise? What's that impact on every trickle-down transportation, technology, every trickle-down from there? And so the more we get to that site-based budgeting model based on student attendance, based on other factors, we'll just be better and better at fiscally managing and operating how we do it. So thank you.
Ms. Johnson is up to the task.
I'm certain of that.
She's our director of budgeting and has fully engaged in, and we've had a couple of meetings with our staff as well as, I believe, Polk County, and they're in their 3rd year, and they did the same thing that we're attempting to do, just a pilot for a couple of years, and then this year, I think they're doing everybody on, so we will be watching how they handle it as well. We're excited about it, but it's a little scary
tedious.
too.
It's
Yeah,
tedious,
and it
yes.
is very, very tedious, but they're excited.
Very good. All
They'll
right,
get it done.
Dr. James?
Thank you. I just wanted to, and we don't have to talk about it now, but there was, when we were talking about technology at the beginning of the conversation, there's a component to what is in our plan for technology that is we have not yet captured because of a budget deficit. And so the board didn't really have the conversation when we were talking about facilities in our last meeting and our priorities. But I would like the board to have a conversation about where we find the $3 million or so that's needed to complete the facility project for the data center, because without building the data center, we can't offline a site. And so when we offline a site, we're going to net, I don't know, $1 million something, right? And so we're not really even going to spend as much money as it's going to take theoretically if we're talking big picture. And so I would like to figure out how we have the conversation when we're talking. I don't know when the facility plan is coming back before us. I know in my private meetings, I asked Ms. Boston Ellis when we have the conversation again to include how much like 10-year outlook net savings each of these projects is going to produce, because putting children in a wing instead of a portable is ideal, but if we're actually going to save more money in 10 years by replacing a facility, then as this board member, I would be a bigger advocate for that, looking at our overall budget. But with that being said, I think it's like 3 million. Yvonne or Ms. Dobbins maybe could like nod or not, but I think we had, no, how
No.
much more, how much was it?
Morning. Thanks for the
morning.
question.
Thank you.
So if you remember, we absorbed that money back into funding the projects that were ongoing.
Okay.
So we would have to then fund the whole project,
Okay.
which was estimated around 12 million at the time.
Okay, so I think that the board needs to at least have a conversation about it, and what, if it's a part of a priority, because it allows us to offline a site and create revenue. And it also is a really significant need. And the way I understand it, some of our infrastructure is a delicate dance, and we're kind of playing with fire. And if we lose our infrastructure and technology, we're going to be at a really huge loss. So at some point in the near future, I would like to bring that back up so we can at least talk about it as a priority. And if the board doesn't want to prioritize it as a majority, then that's fine. But I just feel like we kind of didn't really talk about it when we talked about the facility thing. And I would like for it, since we had this conversation today, I would like for it to be included in a future conversation. That's all.
All right, thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you.
James. Yes, Board Member Thrower.
Thank you. I agree wholeheartedly with Dr. James when it comes to the data center. Every threaded throughout this whole presentation has been technology. And I think I stated earlier, too, at one point it kind of fell off the list because of funding. And then there was concern about, well, we put it out there and that wasn't on there. And that was sort of my hesitation about putting too much out, subject to change. We have to be flexible, and as the need continues to be magnified of what it takes to keep this district going with technology, I 100% agree that the data center does need to be prioritized. As far as the wings go versus a new school design, I would be hopeful that the wings would be designed in mind with future school building, because with all the school choice and things that are happening at the state and national level, we don't know what's going to happen. So, but we also want to be as prepared and flexible. I guess that's my point, is that let's focus on being really flexible, because the landscape changes quickly these days. And let's get the kids that we do have now into good spaces to learn, and the staff. And then with an eye towards, well, if we have to make it bigger, we can incorporate that into the new design, would be my comment on that. My last comment on today's presentations, which were all awesome and uplifting and a great way to start the new year, is I wish that this comes with a self-funded plan that we're very proud of, because if we could find more opportunities to save $5 million every year and increase services and direct that money to our hardworking employees, I would be a solid yes on that. So maybe that can be our challenge for this year, is that how can we find ways to save another $5 million and increase services, not decrease services? That's all I have.
All right, thank you, Board Member Thrower. All right, with that, do we have any public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to our next item. Dr. Gullett, would you like to introduce our topic on staffing ratios?
Absolutely happy to. Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, thank you to the team and the team coming forward, another devoted group of staff members. And today you're going to hear Ms. Marion kick off the school staffing ratio presentation and proposal for, thank you, ma'am, 2025-2026 school year. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Marion. It looks like we're having a little bit of technical difficulty.
All right, thank you and good morning, Dr. Gullett. Good morning, Chair Conrad and board members. As mentioned, I'll be sharing draft staffing plan ratios for the 2025-2026 school year. Our goal today is to get the board's consensus on the 2025-2026 staffing plan ratios so we're able to make any necessary changes in preparation for the January 14th board meeting. The approval of the 2025-2026 staffing plan ratios will ensure we remain on schedule with the staffing timeline as the ratios drive other processes within the district. Per request, you each have received a notebook that contains the current staffing plan of each of our schools. Like years past, a committee was formed and met several times prior to break to develop the draft that's presented before you. The recommended changes came from our school principals that served on the committee. You will notice that the requested changes include decreasing the ratios in ESC for ASD mod and pre-K disability. It also includes adding a testing facilitator to each of our traditional campuses and decreasing the ratios of instructional support, which would lead to an additional instructional support team member at the majority of our schools. The estimated additional cost for the proposed changes would be approximately $6.4 million, with an additional $2.7 million for additional staffing at schools W and X. This is a total of $9.1 million. The principals on the committee identified the addition of the testing facilitator at each of our schools as their priority request. The estimated additional cost, if we only add the testing facilitator and allow the ratios for instructional support to remain the same, would be approximately $3.9 million. We realize that one size does not fit all and that schools may have additional needs not addressed by the ratios. Principals, through their principal leaders, will still have the opportunity to request additional units based on the individual needs of their school. At this time, I'll turn it back to you, Dr. Gullett, for additional comments and or questions.
Thank you, Ms. Morant. So board, you have the notebook in front of you, and we just open this up for any questions you may have of our team. Thank you.
Okay, yes.
So yes, before you walk away, please
I'd
give
like to-
those numbers. I wrote down the 3.9 million if we went with testing facilitator only, but give the other, you said 9 million was a,
So, okay,
unless they're written somewhere on this page.
I can tell you.
Thank you.
No, you're welcome. So 6.4 million would be the additional cost to the staffing plan. The 2.7 million is the additional staffing that we'll have at schools W and X. That is the total, that's the 9.1 million. 3.9 million would be if we just did the testing facilitators, and then of course adding 2.7 million for W and X, no matter what, we would have those.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that, I did read that kind of
No,
fast.
And we don't have it written anywhere
Yeah.
that we can reference, so that was, okay. So 2.7 million's W and X regardless of what we do.
Correct.
Okay.
Which is why it's so important we offline some schools and save some money.
Ready to have that conversation when you are, Dr. James.
I'm ready, girlfriend.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Moran, are you going to go through
We
this
can.
document, the
Yeah,
elementary?
So elementary, middle, and high school, they look the same. So it's, again, decreasing the ratios, or I call it that band, to match what was put in place for the school counselors, I think maybe 2 years ago. So that would result in the majority of schools, they would receive an additional support, and then adding the testing facilitator at each school.
Can I ask and I guess maybe I should have done this before, but when we got briefed individually, you had lots of other numbers. Like there was a number of how many counselors we would be added. What's that?
So we wouldn't know specifically the counselors because it's a instructional support.
That's what I mean.
Okay,
instructional
okay,
support.
okay.
So how many instructors? Because like remember, I like kind of when I read it off the cuff, I didn't
Mhm.
read it the way that it was intended. And so, do you have that number?
So yes, so will be 52 testing facilitators, and then it would be, I can tell you, 52 minus 8, so it would be 46 in additional instructional support. Now, I will preface that by saying these are estimated, so this is based on the 60-day count. The real projections that we use would be based on the official projections of 80-day count, but I wouldn't anticipate that number being too far off, but just so for the sake of conversation.
But to be clear, that's 100 more instructional support units, which directly takes teachers out of classrooms.
Yes, so the majority, all of that I've seen, when we add instructional support, they usually are classroom teachers that move into those roles.
So what this board member will say is, I am the biggest believer in schools, but I am not going to support any plan that adjusts our staffing plan to remove more teachers from classrooms when we have a rolling 100+ instructional vacancy all year, every year, since I've been a board member and before. So this board member is not going to support adding those units to schools because we all know that it will remove instructional personnel from the classroom. So that's my position on the staffing plan, and my recommendation would be to move forward without making those two changes.
Yes, Dr. Campbell.
I completely concur with what Dr. James said on that, but I do want to express, hearing what the recommendation out of committee was, that they want to add testing facilitators. I told you guys, having individual briefings on this was a little bit awkward, I'll just have to admit, because when we had them, I know that you can't gather that information and then put it all together, because then that would be like polling board members. I understand it. So giving us a heads up and letting us see it and digest it, that was good. But my first thoughts were very similar to Dr. James. In addition to, if we were to add a testing facilitator, then we have to change our AP ratios. So think about that for just a moment. Currently, testing falls on our APs of curriculum in most cases.
At the elementary level, it does not fall. At the secondary level, it falls directly on the APIs.
Okay, well, an AP, it's AP in general. So if we are adding a testing facilitator to each school campus, then we have to change our AP ratios, because that's the equivalent. I mean, certainly our APs in different levels do different things, but that's a huge portion of what that job currently entails. And so that's the only way I could get behind adding a testing facilitator, is if we changed our AP ratios at all levels.
And the only issue with that is that APs do evaluations and testing coordinators don't. So you are going to completely condense you're condensing the administrators available to do evaluations. And so most school principals, if given the option, you want to keep your AP or do you want to get a testing? I can't imagine a principal who's going to choose a testing coordinator over a assistant principal, because the assistant principal's role is so much greater than just the testing. So I agree with you. And from a budgetary perspective, testing coordinators are cheaper. So it actually would save us money, but that is not going to support schools in getting evaluations done and all of the other tasks and roles and responsibilities.
And I completely concur with all of that. So, as we're having dialogue on this specific thing, that makes it nearly impossible to add what is being recommended here, because this comes at a significant cost that we had not considered. And as Dr. James said on the front end, I also am not going to be in support of anything that's taking teachers out of classrooms that are moving into other positions within their own school. What that does to school culture and school climate within that staff is, I hear it, I'm sure you all do as well. That why is that person always doing that when they could be teaching in this classroom that always has a sub? Well, because they aren't in the classroom, because they have a different position as support. And so whatever we can do as a board, as a district, to get those 100+ teacher vacancies filled is the direction I always want to go. And what we see here is not going to help us get there.
Question. Do we not have testing facilitators at the high schools already?
We have some testing facilitators, but there's not one that's assigned specifically to each school. Like, so there were opportunities that they could trade out or purchase their instructional support, but it wasn't an allocation that was given.
Because, I mean, I have friends, and their job title was testing facilitator. And so I agree with everything that's been shared this morning. I want to talk about the challenge of this board member doesn't want to have a testing facilitator. I don't want there to be so much testing in our schools that we have one person on every campus that's having to manage that. And Dr. Gullett and I were just at a meeting Monday morning where every single teacher in the room expressed that's their number one top concern and priority. And so, you know, the struggle is real. Schools are struggling with managing all of the assessment pieces. I don't want to deny that at all, because I know that that is a real challenge our schools are facing. But I'd like to take a look at solving that in a different way. How can we minimize and streamline the testing that is being done so that we do not need a testing facilitator at every school?
Mr. hasn't talked.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries. So progress monitoring is required now 3 times a year. So, and I think at the school level, they see that as more testing, you know, more prep, more everything, more data analysis, all of it. I believe that's required. So that takes care of that. I don't know what other testing could be minimized, but what I'm thinking is that the effort to reduce testing, great, and then what is really required of a testing coordinator? Can we rethink that? I mean, if they're supposed to be specializing in understanding the testing process and the privacy and the security, things like that, why couldn't we look at maybe even thinking about outsourcing that, you know, rather than pulling teachers? Why do they have to have a teacher skill set, or do they, you know?
They have to have knowledge for accommodations. I think that, you know, scheduling and making the hundreds of accommodations that have to be made for students is the challenge.
Right, right. But I guess what I'm thinking is maybe a little opportunity to think outside the box so that we look at minimizing testing and increasing instructional time. That's the
100%.
Yes. But since we can't get away from testing, how can we rethink that testing coordinator's position to where it would be more available to more people than pulling teachers? I don't want to pull teachers either. I mean, none of us do. I don't think. So I don't know. Are any other districts doing things like that? You know, refining that testing coordinator position so they can be trained to do that stuff?
I don't know the answer to that. Ms. Morant, do you know?
I don't know what other districts are doing with their testing.
Well, maybe we can be the first ones. I don't know.
Dr. Gullett, have you heard any ideas of districts that are sharing different ways to manage all the assessment pieces?
I think we'll have to take a look at that. I mean, I think to the point what the board's discussion is very appropriate, and the reality is it looks different from district to district. And as you said earlier, somebody's called testing coordinator. It may not be that in writing, but every school's finding a different way to solve that need.
Well, and I just want to say this. the discussion about our APs, I just want to publicly say they have a very heavy lift. It would be a godsend to them to have a testing coordinator because they are working, right now they have one of the hardest jobs in the districts, in my humble opinion, because all of this testing and now the challenge of everybody has a different schedule for testing, has been placed. It's an addition to the job, and Dr. James shared some of those responsibilities. That has been in addition of the job that they already had, and I think we're seeing that in the loss of several of our APs. I mean, the burden is getting too big. So I do think we have a situation of providing support for our APs. I don't think the solution to that is pulling teachers that are doing a great job in the classroom, to a more administrative position. Yes.
Well, I when it was presented, I had the idea that if this was, I've always thought this. Well, a couple things. We don't test every day all year, so testing coordinator is not a full-time job. It is not. I did it as an API, and we didn't have PM 1, 2, 3, but I did it and did all my evaluations I was supposed to do and everything else at a high school. So a testing coordinator is not a full-time job. I'm never going to get behind it being a full-time job. It's just not. They would have to have a changed job description, and we talked about this, that had shared responsibilities and roles with other things, because it is not something you do every day. Also, not every school needs a testing coordinator. I'm never, ever, ever going to understand why a school with 300 and 400 students even really needs an AP. I don't actually even think they need an AP, but they certainly don't need a testing coordinator if they have an AP. Not every school needs exactly the same, and so putting a testing coordinator on a staffing plan where every single school is going to get one is a luxury that we can't afford. And so if our cup runneth over and we were just looking at ways to spend money, that sounds like a wonderful plan. But it is not a necessity. It is just not a necessity. So, and you're right. Westport, I think, does have a testing coordinator, but that's because she has so many units. She has switched out an instructional support for a testing coordinator because that principal decided that was the best use of her units. And that makes sense for her. But not every school either has that robust amount of units to be able to do that with. And so it's an AP responsibility. But
Reverend Cummings.
Madam Chair, thank you, Ms. Moran, for bringing this forward. From my understanding, and I don't think any of us want to pull teachers. Let me say that off the top. However, I did look at this plan from the front. There were elementary principals that made this recommendation to you, correct?
Yes, the committee did consist of elementary, middle, and high school
I see
principals.
Sino, Carter, and LSA, correct? So obviously, this is something the principals are asking for. So we need to have a real conversation to see why they feel that there's a need for these positions, because obviously, if the principals are saying this is what they need to be in their schools, we need to take that into consideration. If this was just coming from the floor and the principals had no input, I could say that, but we need to hear what the principals have to say.
So I'll share some of and Ms. Kiner, she may can add additional information, but in the committee meetings, some of what was shared, and we shared that with you all, it came back to the APs being pulled to do lots of things with the threat assessments. And so that's kind of how the genesis of that conversation, and that it was pulling away from that testing piece. And they did speak a lot about the accommodations, and some of those are individualized, and that would help with the that additional load that the APs have. So that's what was shared in the committee meeting with some of the reasons why they
Dr.
wanted
Gully.
that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Kindred is actually here this morning because she sat on the committee
Okay.
as one of the principal supervisors. And to Vice Chair Cummings' point, I think if you would allow Ms. Kindred to share some insight as well, since she's supervising the schools and she was on the committee,
Okay.
it might be helpful.
It might be helpful. Very
ask her
quick,
some
Melissa,
questions.
I'm
Good
sorry
morning.
to interrupt you. Very quickly, I just want to make a statement for the public, because what testing looks like now is very different than when any of us grew up.
Right.
And so testing years ago, your teacher came in, she passed out the test, even if it was a state test, and you took it for a day or two and you were done. And testing looks very different now, and the accommodations and the scheduling and all of those pieces have become very challenging for our staff and our students and their families. So I just wanted to make that clarifying point real quick, because I don't know that the general public understands what testing in public school looks like these days. So, Ms. Kiner, thank you for allowing me to insert that, and good morning.
Good morning. So I've definitely participated in the committee, and there were 7 principals, 3 elementary, 2 middle, and 2 high that were represented at the committee. And not only being on the committee, but also being in our schools every day. One of the beauties of this current year's staffing ratio plan, which would continue in 25-26 staffing plan, is to have that instructional support in there for numbers, and the principals are able to have the autonomy in how they want to utilize that instructional support. They have their unit exchange request form that they turn into us as principal supervisors, and if they want to turn it into a testing facilitator, that's why you have been to many schools. All of you are in our schools, and you know that some of our schools have turned that instructional support position into the testing facilitator. Some principals have seen the need with the threat management paperwork and all of the data that we are now doing with threat management. That is certainly a very real concern in our schools for the time aspect that does take. Members of the administrative team, APs are typically, one of the APs is involved in heavily in that process. So some principals have changed an instructional support team member to a student service manager, a second student service manager. I think listening to the principals in the schools and then the principals that were represented on this committee, they wanted those ratio student numbers for the instructional support reduced. You can see that those numbers are reduced. That helps give them, in most cases, in most of the schools, it was 44 schools, an additional support member, and so that the principal could then have the autonomy to be able to utilize that position in how they would need it, whether it's a testing facilitator or that second student service manager in order to help with that threat service paperwork. Some instances in some of our Tier 3 schools, it was to provide a second or maybe even a third content area specialist, because we have a very real issue that we deal with, of course, our out-of-field teachers and our brand new teachers to the school system. So in many cases, principals want to have the autonomy to turn that into an instructional coach or CAS position. And so I, as a principal supervisor and being in teachers' classrooms every day, I would be remiss if I didn't advocate for that piece of it. However, when we look at our students as well, it certainly is on my heart heavily that many of these positions would be filled possibly by classroom teachers. And so that is certainly something that we have to take into consideration when we're doing what's best for our students as well.
Thank you, Ms. Kiner.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Board Member Thrower.
Thank you, Chair. And, we're all in agreement that I think that testing coordinators, the ability to have that flexible opportunity is important. It's just where they come from. So,
Yeah, they're going to come from the classroom. That's where they're going to come from.
do they really have to, is my question.
You can't put a restriction to say we're not hiring from the classroom.
Who can't be hired?
She's advocating for outsourcing it, I think. So
I'm advocating
I
for a
don't think we can
solution,
afford
and what
that.
I hear right now is a lot of passion about it and no solution.
I don't think we can afford to outsource it. And outsourcing is more expensive than insourcing always. And our budget can't support adding, regardless of taking from classrooms, we cannot afford it. We cannot afford to add more instructional support units to schools. The budget clearly dictates that. So outsourcing it would just cost more than it would be to do it insourcing.
It's a circular argument.
Ms. Morant, one of the things I discussed when I was with you is I know that the threat assessments are causing a strain on the APs who are helping with testing. And so one of the ideas I shared with you is not having someone assigned to each school, but maybe having a team of people that were experienced in completing threat assessments. And if that team had flexibility by area or by elementary, secondary, because I believe that would be look different, to provide support to our schools in a different manner, something that would
So I'll
use a
allow,
lot less
I think,
staff.
I don't know if he's still
He's here.
here.
If
But I don't, I think from their understanding, like each school has to have one. I don't think
Oh,
that we would be
statute-driven.
able to do that.
But there's well, maybe we don't want to have that conversation now, so I'll get with you privately.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
To your point of concern, we're having those conversations because we know what the schools are faced with. And I'll speak on behalf of Mr. McFadden, who's here, that's statute driven.
Yes, it is.
From the state for schools. So I don't want anybody to think that we're working through that and some solutions to try to help provide support.
Okay.
Yes.
So with
yes.
that being said, kind of thinking along those same lines, could there be a group of, a committee of people that could possibly do the testing versus each school having a testing coordinator?
I think the challenge with it, like the high schools, all their testing is at the same time or close to the same time. And so, you know, if you have a geometry test or you have,
Gotcha.
it's very close. The timeline is very close as far as getting from school to school to
Gotcha.
assist with all of that.
May I offer a consideration? And to your point earlier, Chair, when you mentioned the conversation we had with the Golden Apple teachers that I do each workday at 7 a.m., those meetings, those committees have been formed. They've been scheduled. They popped up on my calendar today.
Great.
So we'll be having an elementary, and this is really for the rest of the board and the whole public, be having an opportunity for teachers to meet with district staff to look at the elementary assessments and then separately with secondary. There's a possibility with this conversation the board is having today to think about what does this look like if we extend that conversation a bit in providing support, perhaps. I mean, that was a distinct, different conversation, but they're absolutely related.
Yes, they are.
Right? So I just offer that as a possible solution because they're meeting, as you know, I asked that they meet this month to address that as quickly as possible. So that may be a possibility for them to brainstorm with within that framework of discussing how do we address assessments and the need to support them.
Very good point. Yes, Dr. Campbell.
Is it possible that one of the reasons that they're asking for this instructional support ratio to change, I'm looking specifically at elementary, because potentially when W and X open, we won't have any elementary schools with 1,000 students in them?
Mose will be over
Those
1,000
two.
still.
Okay, Mose may be the only one. Right now, based on our numbers, Hammett Bowen has 1,042 students. I'm looking at 80-day count. Marion Oaks is at 1,210, Saddlewood's a little more than 1,000, and Sunrise is at 1,411.
So based on the projections that we have, Marion Oaks would be the only school that would be over 1,000. College Park would be close. But this again, and also Ward Highlands, but this again is based on that 60-day count and those projections.
So again, is it possible that the ratio is because right now there would only be an opportunity for one instructional support for every elementary school with the exception of another one? And so they're asking, I would actually like to see us get into having W and X worked into our plan with the 2.7 million that we can't not take on, and then consider this in a future time. Because changing ratios right now, when we honestly don't know what it's gonna look like in a year, like we think we know, but we really don't know how many folks are gonna be moving there in the next 6 months. I mean, we don't know what all that's gonna look like. It's a really, I'm again, looking solely at elementary. It's a really tough time for me to be changing ratios. I think testing facilitator, we can't afford it. And I am all for figuring out another way to explore how we can make that work part-time, volunteer, SAC committee figure, like, I don't care who figures it out. I mean, we know there's a challenge, but coming up with a $50,000+ salary plus benefits for all of our schools, that's a non-starter for me. Because I told you what I would do is I would reduce our AP pool, and I understand that that's not an option because of all the other things the APs have to do. So, like, we have to find the money somewhere. If we're adding, we have to find the money. What are we taking away? Because nothing in this is taking anything away. It's all adding. And we've been very purposeful under Dr. Gullett and this board's leadership that we have added so much support to schools. We have taken away program specialists that used to have offices downtown are now school-based. Like, there's been a very significant focus on adding more support to schools. Students are because we have money. I just said that previously. But I am really not comfortable with even messing with these ratios. If we were going to mess with them, I would go 1 to 749. I wouldn't go 1 to 499. I wouldn't at all, because the impact is so great. I was looking, we have 30 elementary schools I was looking at that are traditional elementary schools, and a third of them at least are under those numbers. So that's where I am on this.
Yes.
And there's always situations behind the numbers, because some schools have an incredibly high number, a high ESC population that requires a lot of accommodations, different testing environments, extended time, all of those things. So the numbers are part of it, but not all of it. And I guess, maybe there's some schools that are just fine. I don't know. We have board members sitting up here that have kids at school, and maybe, those schools don't need them, or could live without them and be okay. But what are we here for? We're here to help students succeed, and you help students succeed by having the right people in the right places for the right reasons. And if it's not a full-time job, then well, that's great. It helps us save some money. But not every job, and I understand, classroom teachers have aspirations too. Sometimes, they want to aspire and get into positions. So we don't want to make them feel like they have no room for growth. I mean, what company does that to people? So it's a balance. And that's where I got the idea of, just thinking differently. I said outsourcing, but that's just one idea. Whoever comes up with all these tests and does the training on it, maybe there's folks from those arenas that could do this. I'm not sure. Retired teachers, something.
Chair?
Thank you. Yes.
I would encourage principals who have a need on their campus to submit a unit allocation form, make their strong case for why they need the unit allocation, and it will go to executive cabinet and the members who review it. And I would say more frequently than not, those units are awarded to the schools that need them. So we don't need to make a blanket decision for every school. The principals who have a need to fill out the unit allocation form ahead of next school year, so that they can get that allocation for next school year.
And that's still around, and we're still able to do that. And I just want to kind of ensure I'm leaving with clarity. Looking at the head nods and the comments, I think where we landed that we won't make any changes to the current 24-25 staffing plan. We will keep it the same, but then, because that will give time for X and W to be on border, and then next year when we pull the committee together, we'll be able to have a clear focus of where we're at and any additional needs. I just want to make sure I have that understanding, that we will keep it status quo.
I think so.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
we're good with
Yes.
that.
Ms. Marion, I do want to say thank you to you and your team, and Ms. Kynard, for listening to the needs of our staff and bringing them forward. I know there was a lot of work that went into preparing this, so thank you for being the ear and bringing the needs forward. Yes, Board Member Thrower.
I do have one more clarifying question. That is, the school year that we're in, if there are schools that are feeling pretty desperate about this situation, I believe there's opportunity always, right, to submit.
Yes, that's that unit allocation form.
request?
We meet
Right.
every single Wednesday
Okay.
for that. So yeah, that's an option that continues to be ongoing.
Okay, because there's a 1-2 punch. If the same person is doing testing, coordination on or off paper, is also doing threat assessments on or off paper, and is overwhelmed, and then may, remain overwhelmed and leave, that costs us money too. So that would just be, thank you for always bringing everything
Yes,
back around.
thank you.
And let me ask a question too. So with the allocation that they can ask for, kind of give me a quick how that process works? Because from my understanding, this principal submitted to whom?
They submit it to their principal supervisor, so either their senior executive director or area superintendent, and then they discuss it, get the justification, look at the numbers, verify the numbers, and then that is submitted to our director of talent management, and it comes to the unit request committee or the unit control committee, and then the area superintendent is on that committee as well, representing their school. We talk through it, and I can't remember who said it, but I would say in rough math, 97%, they are awarded for Ms. Boston Ellis, but yes, they are usually awarded that unit because they've had the conversation with their principal supervisor. They come in and they have those justifications. And we did, there's one thing that's actually being put in place this year with Dr. Brockington, where we will sit down every March and actually review those requests, because we have seen, in all transparency, that something may get added to the staffing plan and then it's there year after year, and they may not have that need any longer or a different need. But yes,
And I asked that process, Ms. Morant, because I don't want to see a system where people they ask and then it's automatically no. I don't want it to be an automatic no. I want that principal to be able to come and advocate for that position if they really, really need that position and have the justification for it. I don't want us to just look at the numbers and say, well, the numbers say you don't deserve this position. Every school has extenuating circumstances and different causes for why they may need that position. So I just wanted to be a judicious
yes. So
decision.
there's a form, and it's actually recently gone online that they fill out the information, the funding information, and if sometimes it's a different staff member that needs to be involved. So there's times we'd have to bring Dr. Varner because it may be grant funded. But yes, there is a clear, clean process that's done with that.
I would say equally as important, if something is denied, an explanation is given as to why we are unable to meet that at this time.
Yes, and that does happen because the principal supervisor is on the call, and so because they're representing that school and that principal, so that information, they're part of the robust conversation. So they are aware, and then when we send the information back, there is a follow-up after each unit control with this was the request, and this was the outcome, and here are the next steps.
All right, thank you.
And I will say, most of the times, if there is a no, a lot of times it's like a not now, or let's try this, let's exchange, or let's see, if something happens, the next few months, because sometimes we may know things that are coming down the pipe that could potentially benefit them and erase some of that need.
All right, thank you for that explanation, Dr. Campbell.
Yes, the only thing that I didn't see here that I want to make sure we have a brief conversation on that we talked about in the briefing when I was with you is the instructional support positions just in general, that there has been stipulations on what that would look like. And I think the request was that those parameters would be reduced or taken away.
Right. So we added a note, and we should have highlighted it, so I apologize. But as defined in the MEA collective bargaining agreement, so it would be all of those instructional support positions versus just the 4 or 5 that were previously there.
So that would be the only thing that I would recommend that we go ahead and make that change.
I agree with that.
I mean, because while you're walking away with this, if we say we don't want to make any changes, I want to make sure that we cover that, because that's something I would be in full support of, at least giving them the flexibility if they're allocated 1, 2, 3 instructional support, that we don't put guardrails on who those people are.
I support that, and we'll make that update as well. All right. Thank you all.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Moran.
Public comment.
Is there any public comment? All right. Seeing none, board, I think we'll take a recess and take lunch. It's 11:21. come back in 30 minutes or so, and we'll be ready for our conversation on student discipline. Okay? See you all in 30 minutes. Good afternoon. Welcome back from our recess. It is 11:57, so it's almost afternoon. Dr. Gullett, would you like to introduce our next presenter as we go over student discipline?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. Happy to do so. A board going to present Dr. Hembrook to kick off the conversation. Much discussed already, board at previous meetings on student discipline. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Conrad, board members, and Dr. Gullett. Today, we have a team prepared to share some information related to student discipline. Presenters today are myself and Attorney Blackman, and we're going to tag team on various slides so that we're sure to share specific information for you. And we'll also take some time to hear from Mr. Jones, who's, as you know, is the principal of the Alternative Learning Program at MTI. At a November special school board meeting regarding student discipline, some members of the board requested that a work session be held to have a public conversation regarding student discipline, but especially the recommendation for expulsions of students. And so that is the purpose of the work session here today, to provide that opportunity as requested. So we wanted to start with sharing with you the overall process for recommendations for expulsion so that you really understood all of the intricate details that go forward, and the public understands that as well, of the steps involved in the recommendations for expulsions. So we're going to take time to go through each of these steps together. We're going to outline and highlight and provide clarity for each of the steps, but also we'll talk about where that starts. It starts with the beginning of an infraction that a student might exhibit at a school setting. We're going to take all the way through that final decision, and then through that process, we're going to also help clarify roles and responsibilities of those that are involved. So the first step begins with the school level is investigating a behavior infraction. And so this begins when a student has displayed some type of behavior. The school staff conducts their investigation into the behavior infraction. And through this process, they collect witness statements. They watch video, if applicable or if available. They review any physical evidence, if there's evidence that's presented. And they may also conduct a search if required. If a search is required, the schools use a search checklist, and they follow protocol that they've been trained on when conducting a search. Once they have the evidence and an understanding of what exactly happened and then who was involved, the school then refers to the Code of Student Conduct to see which code that the behavior appropriately matches the infraction, and do they have evidence to support that behavior infraction. A school may also at times also call the student discipline office to brainstorm and discuss which codes might be the most appropriate for the given infraction, and then the evidence that they have to support that. During these conversations, we always refer to the Code of Student Conduct as specifically the definitions that are in our board-approved Code of Student Conduct for these infractions. Depending on the infraction, a threat assessment may also be required, and this it's very important to identify, if needed, any supports that a particular student might have. But it's also important to conduct the threat assessment because some of our codes in the Code of Student Conduct, the outcome of the level of threat assessment plays a role in deciding between certain levels of some of our codes in our Code of Student Conduct. So at this point, the school at this point may start to consider possible consequences that they want to assign for a particular student. But before they can even get to this step, they have to then look to see if this student is part of the Exceptional Student Education Program or if the student has a 504. If either of those is true, then the school first has to call a manifestation determination meeting. We often call that an MDR. And the MDR team meets to discuss the particular infraction. And they review the student's disability in their IEP or their BIP. They look to see which services are provided in their individualized education program or their BIP. And they look to see, was the behavior related to the student's disability, Or they also look to see, was the IEP fully implemented? Was the BIP fully implemented? And that team at the school level makes the determination if the behavior that the student exhibited was related to the student's disability, or if the IEP or BIP was not fully implemented, they also look at that as well. If the team decides that the student's behavior was not related to the student's disability, then the school can at that point move forward to assigning consequences for that student's behavior. As mentioned earlier, the school staff uses the Code of Student Conduct to identify that specific code and infraction, but they also use the Code of Student Conduct to look at allowable consequences by level. So our Code of Student Conduct has a list of allowable consequences for each level of infraction, and the schools use that as part of their decision-making matrix. We also have available for schools a progressive discipline matrix for elementary and secondary students that schools also use when determining which consequences to assign to a student. We also have a progressive discipline matrix for bus consequences as well. So schools, like I said, use that progressive discipline matrix to help make their decision in the consequences and then how they want to move forward. Ultimately, they take all of this into consideration, the behavior infractions. They consider the age of the student, the situation, previous history, the code. And then they may also, again, at that point, reach out for additional guidance to the school discipline department or their principal supervisor. And again, anytime they reach out, we always reference them back to the Code of Student Conduct, and we take them back through that and make sure that everything is aligned. In our current board of approved Code of Student Conduct, all level 4 infractions and then some level 3 egregious codes have possible consequences of a recommendation for expulsion. A list of egregious offenses was created in the 22-23 school year that we use as a guide. So the second step is where the school submits a recommendation for an expulsion if that's their decision to move forward with that. So the recommendation from a school to submit a recommendation for expulsion to the superintendent is in alignment with Florida Statute 1006.09. This statute outlines the school principal's authority to recommend to the superintendent for the expulsion of any student who commits a serious breach of conduct. So schools complete the packet for recommendation for expulsion. And during this step, the parent or guardian is notified by the school that the school is making this recommendation. The parent or guardian receives a letter from the school principal stating that their student violated school board policy 5500, which is student conduct. The letter outlines the violation or the behavior infraction code, and then the consequences that the student is being given. And then it also notifies the parent or guardian that the school is pursuing a recommendation for expulsion. The recommendation for expulsion packet includes this letter to the parent, and also it includes the letter from the school principal that's written to the superintendent or designee making the recommendation for expulsion. Again, in this letter to the superintendent, it again outlines that the student violated school board policy 5500 and it lists the infraction code. Also in the packet are several other documents that are included. And I wanted to just share what schools might include and then the purpose of each document as well. Oh, sorry. How do I go back? There we go. Sorry. So the recommendation for expulsion cover page is the first page of the packet, and this just has some basic information regarding the student, the infraction, and then all the evidence that's included in the packet. The next document is the placement recommendation form, which includes additional details about the student, including any other behavior infractions that might have occurred that particular school year, and then also the principal's recommendation for placement, which is today's conversation for recommendation for expulsion. The next document in the packet is the executive summary document, which summarizes the offense, the incident date, and the details of that offense. It also lists the witnesses that might have been present. A copy of the referral of the infraction is included in the packet. The schools include all the witness statements in the packet from all students and adults. And through this process, the schools verify that these witness statements are thoroughly completed and signed by the individuals that either wrote the statement or witnessed the student writing that statement. If the student is an ESE student or has a 504, that MDR paperwork that I also spoke about is also included in this packet. Let's see. So all of what I mentioned is all in there. There are additional supplemental materials that might also be included. It just depends on a given infraction or situation. So other potential supplemental documents might be photographs of evidence or screenshots of text messages, screenshots of pictures. Also, what might be included is maybe some drug screening paperwork or drug screening results. And then if a threat assessment was included, this might be a supplemental document as well. So once the school compiles that expulsion, the recommendation for expulsion packet, the school sends all of those to the student discipline department. And then the student discipline department reviews that packet in its entirety to make sure that all of the required components and information is present in there. The school discipline department may request at times corrections to the packet, which might be grammatical or it might be missing some evidences or signatures. And the purpose of this is to really make sure that all recommendations for packets, recommendations for expulsions are clear and they're complete for this process. The next step is the expulsion review committee. So once a packet is complete, the recommendation for expulsion is submitted to the expulsion review committee, or what we call the ERC. This committee has a standing meeting once a week, and they review all recommendations of expulsions. The ERC consists of members of the student discipline department, members from mental health and wellness, members from the exceptional student education personnel, and also the district staff attorney is on that committee as well. The committee reviews the infraction and ensures that the packet has evidence to support that infraction. And then they also refer back to the Code of Student Conduct to make sure that the infraction that's listed meets the definition that is in our board-approved Code of Student Conduct. They read all the witness statements, the threat assessment paperwork if submitted. They read the executive summary. They read the MDR and any other documents and evidence that are provided. If available, they might even watch a video just to make sure that what was actually seen is what's being represented in the packet. This team of people throughout this whole process uses the Code of Student Conduct and the evidence presented to then decide if the packet, the recommendation for expulsion, should move forward. We say that's approved or denied, but we do know that the school board is the ultimate authority in approving an expulsion. But this committee just looks to make sure, does this particular packet and the evidence meet the Code of Student Conduct? So if the ERC decides that a recommendation for expulsion meets that criteria, then it moves to the next step of the process, which is then the student discipline department uses the decision-making matrix. So we take all the approved cases from the ERC and use that decision-making matrix to determine if educational services should be provided. This is where we use the term expulsions with or without services. In addition to the decision-making matrix, the Student Discipline Department also uses recent decisions that school board members have made on other expulsion cases to determine if a student should receive services or no services. This school year, we created this decision-making matrix that would be used for students in determining whether a recommendation for expulsion should be with or without services. These are the criteria that the team felt that these infractions were significant enough to pose a risk to students' safety and learning at any school. Thus, the focus here was to support all schools in establishing a safe learning environment for all students. This information was shared with school principals in September, and then another focus group was held in October. School board members were briefed in early September that some cases would be recommendations for expulsions without services, and then in October, we had the opportunity to share with school board members this specific criteria as well. We've been using this decision-making matrix since late August. However, as I mentioned, recent recommendations for expulsions that have been changed or adapted based on school board decisions, we've taken that into consideration as well for all future cases that we were bringing forward. I want to just point out that the criteria on here does have that word egregious, which again, I mentioned that we do have a chart that was created in the past of what's considered egregious, so we use that as a guide as well. So the next step is once we determine with or without services using that decision-making matrix, now the Student Discipline Office communicates with schools and families. The School Discipline Department informs the school of the decision made by the ERC. In this communication, an email is sent to the school principal, the APD, and the IPC regarding the school's next steps in this process. The email highlights that the student has not yet been expelled, but the recommendation for expulsion will be going before the school board. And in that email communication, we include the date of that specific school board meeting where that recommendation for expulsion will be heard. We also ask the schools to notify the guardian at this point that the recommendation for expulsion will be moving forward to the school board meeting. If the student is being recommended for expulsion with services, we immediately assign the student to the alternative learning program at MTI. The base school is asked to go ahead and withdraw the student and enroll them in MTI. We ask the student to notify the parent to also report to MTI. And then the alternative learning program at MTI is also included in this email communication. And we ask them to reach out to the guardian to schedule the intake meeting for that particular student to get them started in the alternative learning program. So that happens with this email communication. We also share with the base school in that email communication that virtual school is always an option, and we include the phone number in that email communication for virtual school if the parent should ask when the school contacts the guardian and notifies them that the expulsion is moving forward, so that they have that readily available. If the recommendation for expulsion is without services, we send a similar email to the base school. Again, we ask the school to notify the guardian that the student is being recommended for expulsion to the school board, and we provide again that specific meeting date. In this email, we tell the schools not to withdraw the student because the student is not officially expelled until the school board hears that case and makes a ruling on that. We also ask the school to continue to send work to the student so he or she can work from home. And again, that virtual school information is always an option, and so we include that in that email as well. So then the Student Discipline Department also does some additional communication with the family. So we generate a letter to the parent or guardian regarding that recommendation for expulsion. And in this letter, it contains information regarding the date, the time, the address where the school board will review and take action on the recommendation for expulsion. We also include in that letter the educational placement during the expulsion. We include, if they're assigned to the alternative learning program, we include the address for MTI and the phone number. And then the letter outlines to the parent that they have 3 options. The 3 options one of those includes that there's no action. So if the family doesn't plan on disputing the recommendation for expulsion, that's included in there. We include information about how to file due process if they want to dispute the facts of the case. And we also include how to file due process if they want to dispute the consequences. And Attorney Blackman is going to go into detail on all of that in just a little bit. In this letter, as an attachment, we include blank copies of the due process paperwork. And then there's also a summary that we create of the specific timelines that families have to meet regarding this whole process. And in that summary of timeline, it includes their deadline for filing that due process paperwork. So we send that letter to families using the address that's in Skyward, and we send a copy certified mail. We also send a second copy U.S. Postal Service mail. And then this letter is also becomes part of that expulsion, the recommendation for expulsion packet that we submit to the board. And so now we're going to take a little bit of time to understand that process for disputes.
Thank you. So as Dr. Hembrook just mentioned, the parents have 3 options once they've been informed about the expulsion. We'll start off with the quickest and easiest option to explain, which is they can do nothing. If they do nothing, the item comes before the board and the board votes on it. Pretty simple. They also have another option, which is if they do want to contest it, they have a decision to make whether they're going to contest the facts or the consequences. And that's the first decision the parent will need to make. Now, you may be familiar with the consequences action a little more than the facts one. So let's look at the consequences one. Once a parent decides they want to dispute the consequences, the item is heard by the board, and the board votes on expulsion. So I want to go into a little more detail about this process in disputing the consequences. In this moment, the board is sitting in its quasi-judicial capacity. I know it's a term you all are very familiar with, and you've heard it many times before. But for the sake of just reviewing it, this is when you're sitting as a judge. If you think of the classic example of 3 branches of government, the superintendent is the executive, the board handles the judicial and the legislative. There's times when you're in the legislative role, there's times when you're in your judicial role. This is the judicial role. So with judicial role includes all the rules of court. And this is why it's important, and we try to convey to the parents that even though it may not look like a courtroom, the rules still apply, including items like ex parte communication. We cannot communicate with the board on what we intend on presenting. If we communicate with the board at all about upcoming cases, we of course have to include, or we should include the whole board, but additionally, the other party, the parent, must also be included in all communication. And that of course goes the same with the parents. If they communicate with the board, they have to include operations as well in that communication. Additionally, one of the things that may be a bit different in a quasi-judicial setting is the judges have to rely on the evidence presented by the litigants, by the parties. In a more legislative capacity, you can do your own research and you can investigate. In these quasi-judicial capacities, they tend to be a bit more limiting, and you have to rely on the evidence as presented. Now, of course, the board's heard this many times before, but the parties are not able to contest the facts. They have agreed by going this route. They've agreed the facts are the facts, and they don't want to debate those. They're only arguing about the consequences, and the board will decide in light of the facts, in light of the student code of conduct, is the consequence appropriate? And what we've noticed in some rulings by the board is that each one of you kind of use maybe a certain way that you decide what's appropriate or not appropriate for adjusting the consequence. And you've articulated, each one of you, some of you at different times have articulated what you look to in making these determinations. And that's one of the reasons why we're here today as well, is we kind of want to try to get your guidance. Now, it's a bit of a preview. We're going to have that discussion in a bit, but I like to sort of preview things before we get to them. And as you can see, one of the questions that will be presented to the board is, does the board want to provide written guidance on what it looks for when a parent disputes these consequences. And of course, if you do, we'll make sure the parents have it, and we'll have it as well, and we'll both be on the same page. But that's something currently the board uses kind of its own guiding, I think, principles, which is completely appropriate and nothing wrong with that. But the board could also choose to go a different route and present written items on what they're looking for as well. Either one's appropriate, but we just kind of want to get some clarity on that in a little bit. So that's disputing the consequences. And now I want to talk about the most complicated one of the bunch, the one you're probably a little bit less familiar with, which is when a case goes to DOA, when a parent decides to dispute the facts. So when they dispute the facts, and I'll go over a quick overview, then I'll go into more detail, is the case is referred to DOA, the Division of Administrative Hearings. They will then make determinations. Then either party, either the parent or the superintendent, can bring before the board and disagree with the judge's decision, and the board once again will need to vote on that matter. So let's talk about that in a little more detail. As I said, DOA is a Division of Administrative Hearings, and they will hear the case. And whenever someone asks, what is DOA? It's a common question we get asked. I always explain it's court. It's regular court. It's court just as you would see it on TV, except it might be virtual. But there's pre-litigation, or there's litigation motions. There may be depositions. There may be interrogatories. There's many things that could happen during this time that can be a very time-consuming process. So just as you would have in court, many things that may occur as far as figuring out what's allowed to come in, what's not, and all the things that happen with court, that happens with DOA as well. It's a very time-consuming process. Now, DOA will make two types of findings, and this is kind of important to understand. When they make their decisions, they're going to have factual findings, and they're going to make legal findings as well. And it's important because depending on what findings they make will depend on how it comes back to you. When the judge makes factual findings, those findings are supposed to be given deference. You're supposed to kind of give those things the benefit of the doubt, so to speak. And at that point, those items, if someone complains about the facts, so I'll give you an example of what the facts might be. Johnny had a vape and he shared it with his friends. The judge can find that Johnny had a vape and shared it with his friends. If the parent disagrees with that and comes back before the board, you're supposed to give those facts a lot of deference and say, well, the judge heard the facts. We got to kind of let him or her make that decision. In certain circumstances, you can overturn facts, but we won't get into that today. Now, they also make legal conclusions and recommendations. Yes, Johnny had the vape and shared it with his friends. That would be the facts. The legal conclusions would be, this violates the student code of conduct, and I believe expulsion is appropriate. Those second things are legal conclusions, and when those get brought back to the board is free to accept or ignore the judge's rulings on those items, because those are uniquely held within the board's purview. And so those items, if either the parent or the operation disagrees with the judge's ruling, can bring those back for the board to make a final decision on, and you'll end up in a very similar style hearing as you may have had under the consequence hearing, in which you're very familiar with. And so that would be when we dispute the facts. Now, what you can see here, dispute the facts or legal conclusions and recommendations. And as you can see, no matter how we go through this process, they all end up back with the board for a final vote. It's always the board has the final authority and the final ability. It's vested with the board to make a decision on expulsion. Some ways get there a little bit quicker than others, but they all end up back here. And with that, I'm going to hand it back over to Dr. Hembrook.
So the Student Discipline Department conducted a review of the Code of Student Conduct of neighboring school districts, just to give you a little bit of background about what our neighbors do. The districts that we were able to review their Code of Student Conduct, and in some cases we were able to make contact with individuals within the districts. Those districts are represented on the slide here for you. So we wanted to talk about how these school districts make decisions on the consequences assigned to students. And we also looked at how they make recommendations for expulsions, and then on whether or not those students receive services. So all the school districts provide for discretion to schools when determining consequences. And so the consequences vary. It could be in-school suspension. It could be removal from a program. It could be out-of-school suspension. It could be removal from an athletic team. all of those are possible consequences, but again, in the Code of Student Conducts that we reviewed, the schools have the discretion to choose from those possible consequences. They also are, in the Code of Student Conducts that we reviewed, principals are encouraged to consider a variety of factors when determining which consequence that they assign. So that could be the age, the background of referrals or behavior infractions. It could be the specific evidence or situation. Alachua, Levy, Sumter, and Lake, in their codes of student conducts, they have discipline levels that are outlined just like we do. All districts have definitions of the behavior infractions, and those are either within the Code of Student Conduct or it's a separate glossary. There's no district except us that outlines the specific codes. So, for instance, in our Code of Student Conduct, we have specific disciplinary codes for each level. You could find those on pages 35 and 38 of our Code of Student Conduct. Alachua, Levy, Sumter, and Lake, they have an outline of levels of behaviors, and then under that, they just have a list of potential behaviors that might fall under this. In some examples of the codes of student conducts that we reviewed, there are some behavior infractions that might fall under a level 4 and a level 3, or under a level 1 and a level 2. It just depends on the varying level of degree of that particular infraction. So, for example, disrespect, that's under multiple levels, right? It just depends on the level of disrespect. Same thing with, I think threats was another one that I found. It depends on the degree and the level of threat that you might find that under separate levels. The other thing we wanted to make sure that we brought forward to you, just so you know, is the conversation about the drug in distribution versus intent to sell. And just for your information, the other districts that we reviewed do not separate those two. So in other words, their Code of Student Conduct has drug distribution as distribution or intent to sell. So this chart just kind of tried to summarize how they move forward with recommendations for expulsions and what do they do. So I'm going to go line by line. Obviously, we know ours, so we'll just move on to Alachua here. So the big thing with Alachua is their level 1s are our level 4s. So just keep that in mind. They're the only district that does that one differently. So their most egregious offenses are the level 1s. All of the origination for recommendations for expulsions for all of these districts, including Alachua, comes from the school. And I believe that that's because of that statute that I referenced. That statute gives the school the authority to make that recommendation for expulsion. A level 1 violence in Alachua against school personnel, the principal will recommend expulsions. They do have an opportunity for with or without services. They also have an alternative learning site where they might alternatively place, or in some cases, a certain expulsion, a certain student that's recommended for expulsion might also go to that alternative site. This decision is made by a district team. So they evaluate each case and they look at all of the criteria, and then they consider those recommendations for expulsions and whether or not they would assign services or no services. The time frame of their expulsion is up to 1 full academic year. Citrus, again, that recommendation still does come from the school. They do more of a case-by-case review as well. So they have a district person that reviews all of those recommendations for expulsions to determine if a student would receive services or no services. The second expellable offense for Citrus is without services. I was able to find that information out as well. Lake County, again, the school principals recommend that expulsion. There's also, again, a district team or assistant superintendent is involved in that to review each of those cases to determine if they assign services or no services. On the chart, you'll see for Lake, it says with services. They actually have 50 seats in their virtual program that are reserved for expulsion. So they don't necessarily use the terms with or without services, although in their code of student conduct, you can see that it says with continuing or without continuing educational services. But what they do is all of their language says that all students receive services, but some students are not allowed in brick and mortar. And those particular students are put online for Lake. All of their level fours, their level fours are the only infractions that can be recommended for expulsion. And then any student that is arrested for a particular infraction, they are immediately placed online during that recommendation for expulsion. Levy has their level 4 offenses can be a recommendation for expulsion for all students except kindergarten through 3rd grade. Again, schools can choose a variety of discipline consequences in their code of student conduct. While the recommendation for expulsion is going forward in Levy County, the school places that student in an on-campus separate location during that whole process. And then schools may, in Levy, according to their code of student conduct, recommend a student be expelled for some level 3 offenses as well. And in Sumter, the recommendations, if the act is egregious enough to warrant a recommendation for expulsion, those are typically level 4s and some level 3 offenses in Sumter as well. If it has an arrest, it can be an expellable offense. A level 4 offense without an arrest in Sumter is placed in an alternative setting. And then some level 3s with an arrest are also placed in their alternative placement setting. So as we know, Principal Jones has incorporated alternative learning at Marion Technical Institute, and he works really hard to establish strong routines and procedures and the climate necessary for students in the alternative learning to be successful. And so we wanted to have an opportunity for him to share with you what that looks like for alternative learning at Marion Technical Institute. So I'm going to turn this over now to Principal Jones.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jones.
I wanted to take an opportunity, since we're here in the second semester, to let's talk about what we did in the first semester at Marion Technical Institute. The first quarter, we started up setting up a framework and procedures to put in place for the students. We continued our staffing and increased our staffing, making sure that we have the proper personnel on file, which is continuing and ongoing. We had our learning experiences, just like any new program. We had some items that we had to adjust, and we learned on the fly. Example, we changed our cell phone policy where we went to no cell phone policy, no cell phones at all on campus. We changed our dismissal procedures. We changed our transition, but that's all part of the growing process as a new school and new alternative program in Marion County. So we make our adjustments as we went along. We're here in the second semester, so we want to go further in our program. We need to talk to the students and have different programs where the students can learn how to deal with some of the issues that brought them there. Their social skills, being able to have better decision-making skills. So we have partnered with some community members, some notable Mayor Marciano, Rondo, and the Army Navy recruiters to bring on our campus to have those conversations with the students. We're going to continue partnering with the community, making sure that we give the students access to give them the opportunity to show that they can be, they know how to do the right thing. And if we don't give them that exposure or give them the opportunity to show that they can do the right thing, then we're just there, and we're not really being productive for the students. One of the things that we are not compromising on is academics. We have to make sure that those students continue with their academics because they're eventually going to go back to their base school, and we need those students to graduate. So of all the things that we have, one of the things that we do not compromise at MTI is academics. Every student should have the ability to come to school and get an education no matter what site they're at, including MTI. So with that being said, students that do not come to MTI and focus on academics, we do have consequences that we give them. And unfortunately, it's our society. We will have some students that just will not do what they're supposed to be doing. And then we have to go do some other things for those students. However, we should not have a student who really wants to concentrate on their academics, make amends for the decision that they made, suffer because other students do not want to focus on their academics. So that's some of the things that we are definitely not compromising on. We're making sure that we are giving everyone the opportunity to do better, giving everyone the skills to make sure that we're helping them do better. Because if we don't, we're in education, so we have to educate them on how to make better decisions. So those are some of the things that we have implemented here at MTI. We're looking to have some different opportunities. The first semester, we've sent a lot of students back to their base school. And I am proud to say that we sent a lot of students back to their base school with their credits. We got a lot of the 8.5 students, we used to call them 8.5, but those students are now going to high school. So now we got them enough units to go to high school. So we are trying to make sure that academics stay in the forefront, but also teaching the kids that how to improve on their skills. And I also want to go ahead and publicly thank the community who has supported us and come out and help us to try to take our program to the next level and give students the different opportunities to improve on their problem-solving skills, decision-making, and self-esteem. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Jones. So at this time, we want to begin the discussion portion, but before I do, I want to let you know that I know in a previous special school board meeting, I believe it was, that we were looking for the online code of student conduct. We have the interactive one, which is ADA compliant. We've been working with technology to make sure that the PDF version can also be ADA compliant. It is now online for you, so if you want to use that during your discussion, you're available to do that. It's under the Parents tab for you. It's not a PDF, but for the future, we'll make our PDF ADA compliant. But this time, we just had to convert it, which is why it took a little while to get it up there. We had been working with technology on that, though. So it's not a PDF, but it is on there for you, and it is searchable. So as I mentioned, we want to begin our discussion. We welcome your feedback and input about how to make decisions on recommendations for expulsions with or without services. We want to ensure that we are all on the same page regarding this topic and that we are making recommendations that school board members can support. Additionally, we want to make sure that all decisions are in alignment and with our current board-approved Code of Student Conduct. And we also want to make sure that whatever decisions we make are always in the best interest of all students on school campuses. And so, as I mentioned, we're ready to move forward in that discussion, but we have 3 questions that we wanted to share with you to start off that conversation. On the screen, we posed a few questions that might help beginning this discussion, but essentially these are questions that we would really like to get consensus from the school board so that we can move forward together. We'd like to get consensus and clarity. So the first question that we have is, does the school board want to expel with or without services? If so, then we ask you to have conversations today on the next two questions. If the board decides that we don't want to move forward without services, then the next two questions are really irrelevant. But if the board does decide that in some cases expelling students without services is appropriate, then what we would ask is that if that's the case, what criteria should be applied to determine without services? Does the board want to consider the infractions or the level of infractions? Are there specific mitigating factors that you want considered?
Sorry, may I interrupt?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I was asking if we could get, there we go, questions
Okay.
back up so we could,
Sorry.
board could follow.
Sorry, I missed that cue.
No, you didn't miss anything. I was looking at the team. Thank you.
So now the questions are in front of you, I think, on the
Thank you. I
slide.
had
Yes?
to-
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry, Dr. Hembrook.
No, that's okay. So essentially, these are the questions that we would really like to get answered today. And so, as I said, if the school board decides that in some cases some students would be expelled without services, then we would like to know what is that criteria that you would like us to apply that decision towards. Are there mitigating factors, age, the situation, academic progress? What are those mitigating factors that you would like us to consider in making those decisions? And then the next question will be, who would you like to decide if a student should be expelled with or without services? Does the board want to hear each case and then, as a judicial party, make that determination with or without services? And that could be where each case is presented to the school board members, and then you all would make that determination. Or does the board want to go ahead and leave this with the school district team as it's currently operating to help make that recommendation with or without services? So these are three of the important questions that we'd like to know so that we can move forward with making these recommendations. And there's one additional question that I'm going to go ahead and let Attorney Blackman elaborate on, but I think he gave you a preview.
Got a little preview on this one, but so the first three questions are about services or without services. The last question is really about what do you want to look, what are you looking for when it comes to deciding if a consequence should be adjusted. So we have situations where we have recommended expulsion and they come before the board. Are there certain things? Is it code-based? Is it age-based? Is it what are the things you're looking for? Once again, you don't have to provide that, but if you do want to provide some written guidance, that can be provided to the other parties as well, so we're all on the same page when we come before the board. Otherwise, we can keep doing what we are doing, which I do believe is completely appropriate, but sometimes it can be difficult for us to know what exactly the board is looking for. And so that's the final question.
Thank you. Very, very quickly, Dr. Hembrook, if you wouldn't mind restating, I know you stated at the beginning, if you will restate, when we say without services, for the public to know what that means, because it was for a while confusing even to the board. So if you would just restate that for the public.
So without services means that they cannot attend a brick and mortar, one of our Marion County public schools. However, virtual school, Marion Virtual School, Florida Virtual School, homeschool is still an option. At times, a private school might accept a student as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. At this time, I'd like to give each board member the opportunity to provide input. Would anyone like to kick us off?
I don't mind starting.
Okay, go. Please lead us, Dr. James.
Okay, I have a few different notes, but I guess maybe I'll start with slide 8, which is the acts that the recommendation, the matrix. So, slide 9, sorry. I was looking at the top of the page, not the bottom. Slide 9 is the decision-making matrix for expulsions without services.
Yes.
This board member is not going to feel comfortable with this decision-making matrix until it is directly tied to the Code of Conduct codes. So right now, we say egregious acts which results in a major campus disruption. What code is that in the Code of Conduct? And so until the Code of Conduct for this board member, until it says This code gets you with expulsion without services, and then egregious act which staff or students are injured. So if that means we have to add an additional code to injuries or fight, and we add that additionally, then that's what we need to do. But egregious is we are deciding what is egregious and what is not egregious. Thank you, that was the word I was looking for. It is subjective. And the reason I have not voted on these since probably after the first meeting, and I will continue to not vote, is I do believe we are putting ourselves in a legal liability. And that is my personal belief that I've had with multiple lawyers. So until we have it crystal clear so that our subjectivity is not a part of the decision making and it is in policy based on our code of conduct, I will continue to feel uncomfortable. So my first request would be that this decision-making matrix is written in the code of conduct, that each of these that are egregious has a code attached to it, and that code is the code that is put on the discipline offense. I can stop there and we can talk about that if you want, Chair, or I can go through. What would you prefer?
Does anybody have any comment in addition to that particular topic? Go ahead, Dr. Campbell.
So I agree that we need to get to the point perhaps we make without services level 5s in our 25-26 Code of Student Conduct, perhaps. So I agree with the thought process of making that be future policy for the board if we so agree today that we are going to continue at all without services. So I would agree with that. However, I also understand that the purpose of this work session is to determine if we even want to go in this direction. And there have been plenty of other things that this board has done on just a consensus basis in a work session that doesn't require us to actually change written policy, but can become policy of the day based on consensus. So I agree moving forward, 25-26, yes, let's write it, let's get it in there if we're moving forward in that direction. But I also can agree if we come to consensus today on whatever this looks like, that I'm okay with today being the line in the sand, we move forward from today on, understanding that as we go into Code of Student Conduct review and approval, it will then become actual written policy as well.
Yes. Board Member Thrower.
Thank you. I think we first need to go back to question 1, is do we want to do this or not? And get consensus from the board on that.
Sure. I mean, that's the
Back to
best
the-
use of our time, certainly.
The board want to expel without services.
Guess I'm gonna weigh in there. While there are some situations that I feel that warrant a kid not be back on campus, we had one a few weeks ago. They should not be back on campus. I don't think that you just write a kid off and say no services, meaning we don't offer anything, whether that be virtual or something. I think that there has to be some, we're in the education business. And so when we put these kids out, and especially if we put them out in their elementary, and we're saying no services, what are they gonna get from? We're basically writing this kid off and saying that they don't have any, there was nothing that we can do, nothing that we can offer that's gonna help them academically. So I'm not for without services, just shutting the door. I don't agree with that.
Can I make the observation that I've heard the board ask on a few occasions when this has come up, because there's some confusion regarding with or without services. And from what I'm gathering Mr. Cummings saying right now, there may be a further distinction to be made. So I'll just throw it out there and let you discuss off campus versus on campus.
Right.
What was referred to earlier as brick and mortar versus not. So someone can certainly be provided with services without being on a brick and mortar campus and without setting foot on Marion County Schools property. So those may be valid distinctions that you want to explore. They may not. It's up to you and within your purview as a board to discuss with operations today.
Well, and to that point, I think that there are instances definitely where I do not want those students to be around other students for a period of time. And I realize and understand that without services means they could still choose a plethora of options. But then if that is the case and they can choose Marion Virtual, why are we expelling them without services? Why are we not keeping them to ensure that they are doing what they need to do academically to get, because they're going to come back to us. Unless they're 17 and decide to drop out, they're going to come back to us. And they're going to just be in a bigger hole than they were when they started. So I don't know why it is not with services online or with services on campus.
Or
And
off
on campus
campus.
is at MTI and off campus is on Marion Virtual. I do think there are instances that don't need face-to-face interaction, absolutely. But I mean, the completely writing a child off is hard for me.
Yes, Dr.
So in response to that, I completely agree with us needing to provide a virtual option for students that we would consider needing to be expelled in off-campus capacity. Marion Virtual School is not set up for us to be able to put a student in there in October.
Correct.
And we can't just automatically enroll them in, what's the platform we use for credit recovery?
Edgenuity.
Edgenuity, thank you. If that's the option and we could put them in an online at-home Edgenuity, then that would be an option. But the way Marion Virtual is set up, it is not set up for us to be able to put a kid in there. It is semester-based.
Correct.
And even Florida Virtual is a little better, but it's still
Quarter-based,
not.
right?
And
There's quarter-based, correct?
there's just
But you
quarter-based.
still have to finish the
It's
work.
still
just-
have to
You
right,
got to start over.
right. So, I don't, maybe she has a response to that.
So
think she
if I
does.
can share now, late breaking news right before the winter break, we were able to secure signatures on an addendum to the scope of work with Imagine Learning, and we can do online Edgenuity at home with a certified teacher.
And that's
We're
what I
working
would
on that
kinda-
scope of work. It took some time, but we got it done.
So the certified teacher would essentially be operating like a Marion Virtual teacher where they're overseeing the work being done, but still the student is at home and never talking, or never actually being
Never
in
on
the presence
campus.
of the teacher.
Cannot be on campus, yes.
Okay.
That's great.
That would be
So
my
we-
option.
That's what I want.
Well,
All right.
we're both leaning forward, sorry. and I'll-
haven't-
and
Go ahead.
So, thank you, Attorney Powers. Madam Chair, members of the board, I just want to be careful not to mix language into different models. Because I heard Marion Virtual there's an online option that we've been
Yes.
working on. It's not Marion Virtual
Right.
School,
Right.
so I just don't want to cause any confusion as we define this
which was my
together today.
point.
And,
So,
and if I may
I
add,
don't know
I'm
if you
sorry,
wanted to
Attorney
add or
Powers.
not.
No, that
Yeah.
covers it.
That was my point.
If I may add, they still have to be enrolled in a school code entity in order for us to online enroll them, which we can do that through the Alternative Learning Program and use the MTI entity code.
So
And then their schedule reflects the online platform.
So yes, so there'll be we'll do a review of their courses and so forth. If they're already in credit recovery, let's say at a base school, then that just kind of transfers over, which is nice and easy for them.
So
if
then technically, there would not be an expulsion without services. There would be an expulsion with services without
On
being
campus.
on campus.
With
without being-
services on campus and with
Right.
services not on
Okay,
campus.
yes.
if I may. I'm hearing the same questions, and I think it goes back to however you want to define it. It's the nuance of how you define with or without services. How Dr. Hembrook, I heard, defined it earlier was without services outside of brick and mortar. And I hear the board still leaning on the services. So I think we're saying the same thing. It's just the nuance of how you're defining with or without services. So I think we define that. I think that's the important part today.
I disagree with
Yeah.
that.
What do you disagree with?
I think when we say without services, we are very blatantly extending the parent an opportunity to do a whole plethora of things that are not at Marion County Public Schools. Now, parents always have choice. They could do homeschool, they could do a variety of things, but when we do without services, we're like cutting those ties. That is 100% the perception. And so if it was an expulsion with services off campus or online, then we are still taking full responsibility for that child. That is the perception, in my opinion.
So we haven't released control
Mhm.
of what, when they enter, I see what you're saying. When
They're
they
still our
enter
student.
back into school, we have had some say in their coursework while they have been not on a campus, why they've not been on a campus.
Correct.
Correct.
And they're still our student.
And they will be when they come back.
And there will be, yeah.
I know Ms. Thorough wanted to weigh in, but I have a
Yes, Ms.
recommendation
Thrower has
too.
been waiting. Thank you, Board Member Thrower.
Thank you. Dr. Hembrook, you referenced Lake County. They had alternative placement, alternative site online platform, which that in itself is a tiny bit confusing, because does that mean that their alternative site is at home, online?
No, ma'am. They have an alternative school where for some level 3s and some level 4s, they would assign a student to that alternative program, very similar to what we have, right? But there are certain cases or certain infractions that they feel that the student should not be physically brick and mortar, or the way that was explained to me when I spoke to the representative from Lake, if you have two students involved in the same altercation, they might decide that one goes in the online platform and one comes brick and mortar. But their online platform is, they reserve 50 seats of their virtual school for this purpose.
So regardless, they are in brick and mortar somewhere.
Some of them, yes.
Are any of them at home doing the?
Online
Yes.
platform, yes.
Okay,
Depends on the instance, and the district team determines that.
okay. And maybe this is just how I think of it. To me, an expulsion means you're gone. So I think that an alternative placement with virtual instruction at home or some other definition, I think that once a parent hears that their student's been expelled, it becomes very muddy to say, well, you're expelled, but not really, because you can now, wait, what?
Board Member Campbell.
If you're finished, or
Well, I'm just trying to think through, what this really is. I 100% agree that expelling a student, to me, a pure expulsion would be because a kid went to jail and we can't reach them. Anyway, and I guess they'd be getting education there.
right.
But they're incarcerated and their attendance is 100%. So
Yes, it
hopefully they're
is.
learning something.
Yeah.
Our concern is that we're letting them out into the wilderness, and even though they could go online, they're not, and nobody's following them, right?
Right.
So are we kind of in agreement as a board that we want to offer this virtual instruction as part as, ingenuity, and just to have it, their location is going to be at home, right?
Yeah, wherever
So-
they would like, yes.
To tag on to that, so I wanted you to finish your thought process, but here's what I wrote down. Instead of us even having a vote to expel with services, which has always been the language we've used ever since I've been a board member, it's all expel
I've
with
always thought it was
services
weird.
for this number of time and whatever, which it's also interesting to me that several of these are not for the length of time that we are. So that's also interesting to me. We can talk about that at another time. But what I wrote down is, instead of doing with or without services, that we would begin to start saying expulsion to on-campus alternative learning or expulsion to virtual alternative learning.
So that's an option. Expulsion to virtual learning, though, we'd have to clarify because we wouldn't want to
Yeah.
say that it's Marion virtual.
No, I didn't say that.
So what about something like expulsion with administrative placement?
But that still doesn't.
About supported virtual instruction? Sorry to
No, it's okay. It's
Let's just name the Edgenuity program. What's it called?
virtual alternative learning. Is what it is.
So it's Edgenuity, but we also offer Edgenuity at the Alternative Learning Program at MTI.
But what I'm saying is, if we are going to enroll expelled students into this Edgenuity platform and their schedule, because the only difference, and this I'm just putting on my administrator hat, and maybe Mr. Jones wants to come up and provide his intake, but the only difference is going to be their schedule. Instead of in person changing classes, is going to be that it's virtual. Those students are going to be under the MTI school number, and they are going to be enrolled students at MTI. The only difference is their schedule is completely online, and there would be some behavior contract and or stipulation of their expulsion that indicates that they're not allowed to come on campus. But the home that they're living in is MTI, Marion, what are we calling, whatever,
Alternative
you know what I'm,
Alternative learning.
right?
Alternative
Is,
learning at
is what
MTI.
I just said correct? Because the nuances of their schedule is where,
So we could do expulsion with virtual alternative learning.
Which is exactly what I said.
Sorry, I'm.
It's okay.
I think you said a couple. I missed that one,
No,
Dr. Campbell.
that's
I
exactly what I
apologize.
said. I
But
said expulsion to on
even with that
campus.
though, Dr. Campbell, we need to specifically say off campus.
No, exactly. So I'll read again
So you
what I
got- okay.
said. Expulsion to on-campus alternative learning
Okay.
or expulsion to virtual alternative learning.
If you add off campus to that second one, I'd be okay.
Okay, so off-campus virtual alternative learning.
Yes.
Okay.
It's very clear. It's very clear.
Yeah, because then there's no ambiguity with that.
Here.
Yes, ma'am.
Because if we're talking about including this in the Code of Student Conduct, that parents are supposed to be reading, they should be able to understand it,
Right.
Right.
what the implications really are, very clearly.
I think that was pretty clear.
I still think if we'd like to, are we all in agreement on that language choice? Or are
I'm good
three
with
of
that.
us in agreement at least
I'm
on
good
that
with
language
that.
choice?
Yes.
To go from
So
with
then-
or without services to these two options.
Yes, but
I'm
I
with
still
that.
think we then need to, I still go back to my first statement, which is
I agree.
the code needs to dictate the virtual or the in-person alternative learning. Because the code, it's still very subjective. And so until the code is reflective, for instance, one of the egregious items on slide 8 is sale or distribution of illegal substance. So let's just talk a hypothetical that some of us may know is not hypothetical. If a fifth grader sells a pot brownie to another fifth grader, are they getting expelled to virtual learning only? Or whatever we're calling it.
So Edgenuity is only 6 through 12. So any K-5, and I should have prefaced that, and I apologize, the K-5, this isn't an option for K-5.
That sounds wonderful for me because I am in complete disagreement with a elementary age student not receiving face-to-face services. Because if I'm being honest, if a theoretical fifth grader brought a pot brownie to school, their parent should be the ones getting a consequence and going to jail for that, not the student, because they are in fifth grade. So this board member would be in complete disalignment with doing anything without face-to-face services for elementary age students. And if that means they need to be in the most restrictive of environments and we need to create a more restrictive environment to ensure everyone's safety, then that's what we need to create. But I do not want to see K-5 students not receiving face-to-face services.
Dr. James, if a fifth grader or fourth grader brings a gun to school, they don't need to be on campus.
Agreed. There are special
There
circumstances.
are some
that
circumstances that I would not want that kid, especially depending on where they come from, their background. There are some instances.
Well, then the board needs to have a discussion about what that looks like because this plan we just created would not be available. Because it's only available for
Right.
612.
Because in the instance, if that were to happen, and number one, that kid would get arrested, pretty much. Am I right, attorney?
Yes.
So they would be under the the criminal.
DJ.
So if they went to DJJ, they would be getting services in DJJ.
Yes.
We'd still be providing them. It'd
We'd
just be in a
still be
different
providing
setting.
them.
But there's no guarantee though that they become like incarcerated within, and I'm using those air quotes, within DJJ. If they, or is there? I mean, is that an automatic? I'm asking you from your law enforcement piece of what you used to do from the court system, but is that an automatic if an elementary school student did something like that they would?
No.
No.
It's not automatic.
So then there's still an opportunity.
There may be an arrest. There may or may
Right.
not be charges which are further pursued.
Right.
But generally, there would be some sort of alternative placement. There would usually be a residential program or something of that nature but that would be extremely case by case.
Right.
Even within the juvenile justice system, that's quite young.
Right.
So.
What they do right now is when a student is arrested, they do an intake form and look at a variety of different criteria and mitigating factors, and they determine that student's level of risk. And some students are released to their parents, some are released with monitoring devices, some are staying. That's the process that they currently take. So we wouldn't know for sure.
Well, then we would, if Reverend Cummings' desire is warranted by the board, then we need to have a third option.
There has
do.
to be another option for
I would be
elementary.
comfortable. It would be my hope that it's not.
Now, in the past, we had two. We had a elementary and a secondary code of student conduct, two separate packs of policies. Now, my understanding is now that they've been coalesced. Is that
There's still two because the statute requires us, but they're identical.
right? Not to unnecessarily create work, but there is there is always the possibility of re-separating those out as to that particular item, so that you could have a elementary code of conduct which was treated entirely differently than a secondary student code of conduct. So,
Well, and I mean, I brought up sale and distribution of illegal substances, but that item alone, that entire umbrella to me has varying depths. And I don't think that every sale should require an expulsion without. So I'm just going to go back to the old language just for the purposes of the conversation, if that's okay. I don't think they should all be expulsion without services. There's a one on the packet for next Tuesday. It was simply sharing a vape, and so I don't think exchanging a vape with THC in it should be an expulsion without services if there's no prior drug offense. That's maybe just my personal feeling on it, but to take a child who made one poor choice, now if we've seen others that are big baggies full of stuff, entrepreneurial efforts, that's a different, that in my brain, that's a totally different bucket than I handed my friend a vape that had THC in it. And so this sale and distribution of illegal substance to me is not clear to be only and exclusively one bucket, expulsion without services, or for only virtual learning. And until the code reflects a variety of different types of language and is clear, I'm not going to be able to say that that's where I want it to land.
And one of those factors for me is first-time offense. So when you asked us about, where do we draw the line, it's very difficult for me as a board member when they have not made one mistake in 14 or 15 years in their educational career, and they have passed a vape or whatever that is. That to me allows consideration. So that's one of the factors for me.
That's a
And
disciplinary history.
let me just clarify, that didn't mean no punishment.
Right,
There's
right.
not any punishment.
But you're saying take into consideration
It
disciplinary
just
history.
means not expulsion without services. Yes.
Something that it seems like we hear from families over and over again is moves into the discussion about for how long. They're okay with their child being punished, but it's the amount of time, the rest of the school year and the first and second quarter, and we've done a really good job of encouraging, and you guys have done a really good job of sharing about early reentry as an option. Getting back to the vape situation, I think about things like that, I'll say it again, fentanyl's the game changer. You hand a kid a vape, and they think they're hitting THC, and then they drop right there, it becomes a whole nother ball game. And if the kid survives, should they be expelled, and without services? And if so, for how long? If it's just ends up being THC and everybody's fine, this is where the quasi-judicial thing comes in, because I would be for saying in the Code of Student Conduct, a level 3 or level 4 offense. We could add a level 5. I guess that would just be like a gun or something. You know, that you are at risk. You're at risk in the quasi-judicial capacity of the board of earning yourself some significant time out of school, no matter how old you are. What are our teachers and our schools complaining about? Behavior. What are the stakes now? It's not like the old days where somebody hands somebody a joint and more than likely that's what it is. Now you're talking life and death. And I just don't want to give the perception to the public that we want to get rid of these kids completely, but there has to be something that the parent knows about ahead of time, that this could really happen. And to me, that's one of the hardest things about sitting on this school board. We, I think according to what I know, Chapter 112, Attorney Powers, you know, we are required to vote. Every single one of us. We can't just say, we don't like this, so we're not going to vote. So I am all for trying to continue to tighten this up, because compared to what I've seen in the past, you know, we've come a long way. And you guys are doing a yeoman's job. And I think what my struggle is that I don't want to see any kid go. So, and I especially don't want to see a kid go for so long. I would rather hit them hard, give them some services off campus with a, with a component of how to do it better next time, you know, and get them back into their instruction, support.
Attorney Black.
I was going to bring up one additional point as you're thinking about the student code of conduct. And obviously we have the committees that are, the committee we'll be meeting soon is a statute requires us to have the student code of conduct be written in a language that's easy to understand. And so that's one thing. I'm not saying it's becoming too complicated, but I do want to caution that if we start adding a bunch of extra layers and extra things there, it begins perhaps to make it more difficult for people to understand. It's already a pretty long document as it is. I think as you're all aware, we all use Control F to navigate around it. But that's something important to remember as you're considering these things. When a parent picks it up and they read it, do they really understand what's happening as well?
Thank you. Any further comment from the board?
I mean, yeah, I don't feel like we
Dr.
answered
Campbell?
questions.
Yeah, just as a comment to that, two things I wrote down early in this presentation that are not related to what we are talking about right now with our questions. The school level decision. And I'm just making statements at this point. I believe we all would agree, or if not, I'm the only one who feels this way. Some packets come before us based on tolerance level of administrations at certain schools.
Yes.
Correct.
So when we have school-based decisions being made, what training is being provided and or leveling the playing field requirements being done at the district level to say the district has this tolerance level and it doesn't matter how you feel or what your relationship is with that student's family or whatever the reason that the tolerance level is being adjusted based on the school, that if we're having an overall discipline discussion, that continues to be something that I struggle with because we all know that certain schools send things differently than other schools, and it's just based on the tolerance level of the school and or administration. So at some point that needs to be addressed, and I don't know if that's an Attorney Blackman thing or we're trying to do the best we can to ensure that we set forth the expectations within the Code of Student Conduct for sure, and there are things that, I mean, we had to write into the code this past year. I'm going to look at Dr. Hemberg, she knows. We had to write into the code because what would have been completely unacceptable at one school was kind of given a slap on the wrist by another that actually was the one that was putting it before us. So we had to write it into the code because of that level of tolerance that should have, there's just a, anyway, that continues to be an issue I struggle with. Because then are we putting people in positions where they're making subjective decisions that frankly should be before us way more often than we're even seeing them, or those that we are seeing a lot and we're sitting here going, yeah, that's the first offense. Why is that coming before us? So that's something I continue to struggle with. And since you kind of said something, Attorney Blackman, it just triggered my very first thing I wrote down on this presentation.
And Dr. Campbell, Madam Chair, I'm with you, Dr. Campbell, on that, because what I see, and I've said it before, schools should have some discretion. I've said it over and over again. However, I don't want that. I've always viewed that once it got to the district department, discipline department should be the reviewing authority. And they should determine whether or not we need to move this on or we need to send it back to the school. What I've been seeing is not that. I've seen that they're saying, well, since the principal said it, we're going to carry it forward. That's not a reviewing authority. That's just passing it on because the principal said so. If the district level is going to be the true reviewing authority, then there has to be consistency all the way across the board, period. And that's what you're saying.
It is, in addition to some schools will send something forth
Right.
that another school wouldn't.
Right.
And so I think there's potentially even some
And there has to be
things
some-
out there that mirror what we see.
There has to be a training. There has to be training. To
Right.
that.
So there are potentially other schools seeing the same offenses that some schools are putting those students in alternative learning and or expulsion, but another school has a tolerance level that they're not even sending those forth to the district. And that's in addition to what you said. We see both sides of that. The district is sending them on to us for consideration, even when we might not think that they should be, and or some
Vice
schools
versa.
not even submitting them.
Yes.
This is age old, you know, we're working with humans, and as much as we want to try to be as fair as possible, I think that all of us sitting up here remember babysitters, teachers, principals. Oh, this one doesn't play. You know, in kids' language these days, you know, she don't play. And others, you get away with more, you know. So there's some reality here that we have to confront with that. My biggest concern is making sure that we're very clear on what we will and will not tolerate, and the risks that students are running and families are running by engaging in these behaviors, because it's become so rampant and dangerous. The stakes are so high. We have a 12-year-old sitting in jail still, I believe, from a very terrible thing that happened a couple of years ago. So I wish that we could say, okay, well, for every code, this is what's going to happen. But there's also circumstances within that code. Every case, even within the same event, is individualized in a lot of ways. So to try to bring it to some level, I feel like forewarned is forearmed. That if they're, from what I've listened to in the reviews of other counties, it sounds to me like level 3 and level 4, it could happen to you, depending on the rest of the circumstances. So at the very least, I would think that the board would be wanting to consider writing that into the Code of Student Conduct. Let's make it as real as possible as to what could possibly happen. You know, something but not limited to. If it's a first offense, okay, you know, that might be a different decision for the board.
It's just a consideration.
Yeah.
But then where's that matrix? Because that matrix should be embedded in the Code of Conduct. We have multiple decision tree matrices in the Code of Conduct. We have one for drug offenses, right? And so, and by the way, I don't know where the Code of Conduct is, but I can't find it.
It says interactive.
It's not here. So I don't know where.
PDF is
It's not a PDF. It's a single long page. That's how I was trying to.
It says interactive.
It's not.
It's
It's not.
The word it's under the parents,
parents,
tab,
it's interactive.
and then it's phrased interactive. It's in the I's,
It's in the eyes.
not in the C's.
Right.
And rather than being a single document, I believe it's now a bunch of hyperlinks
It
based
is.
on based on individual, like if you know the section. You can't just search
Right,
it.
you
We
can't
should
search
have
it.
it one single long section. Last I
No,
looked,
we
and
d-
I
no.
didn't look today.
And this is what I know. Even if it's there, if I can't find it, a parent who's overwhelmed working 3 jobs and her kid might just be getting expelled, there's no way she's finding it. And so it should not be this complicated to find this document, because I feel like I'm pretty with it and I can't find it. So, so my point is, in the code of conduct, there is a drug offense matrix, and it says first offense, second offense, third offense. It is very crystal clear. And then it's basically, that's for possession, and then sale, you don't get the matrix, you just get expulsion.
Sale and distribution, yes.
Yes, sale and distribution. So the matrix already exists for drug possession. And what I hear the rest of the board asking is for a decision tree matrix to be added for other similar offenses, so that when it is the first time offense, it is clear what the consequence is versus second offense or third offense, et cetera. And for drugs, it's not just the first offense in their whole life in Skyward, it's their first drug offense. And so I think we need to be clear about that. That drug decision tree is based on prior drug offenses, not any offense, which is maybe not exactly what you were thinking, Chair Conrad, so I want to make sure that what your thought is captured, because are you saying first offense ever in history or first like offense?
Well, I only have what's an example for what's come before us, and there really is a big split. We either get, something comes before us and they have 161 referrals before they've come to us with this, if it's a drug offense or whatever, or they have none. And so for me, it would depend, you're going to reach a certain level and of the offense, and you can't, in my opinion, your first offense is not going to not have impact. But for all the other things, it would. And I'd have to,
Well, Madam Chair,
yes.
can I interject on that one? We'd had one just a few weeks ago that was a first offense. However, we all stated that he did not need to be on campus.
Because it's
'Cause the first
entrepreneurial
it was a first offense, and it was of Marion County because they came from a different
Yes.
county. So I think when we look at these, we can't just say first offense.
Right, and that's what I'm
Okay,
saying
okay.
too. There's got, when you reach the highest, the higher levels, that
Which goes
is
back to
taken out of the
egregious.
right, it does go back to
Which goes
egregious.
back to slide 8, which is egregious. And so then, let's define what entrepreneurship looks like. I guess that's our code word for it. Let's define what that looks like and attach it to a code, and the code is attached to a consequence. Because if we all are in agreement that major entrepreneurship on our campuses is a non-starter for returning to an on-site place, then there should be a code that clearly defines what that is, so that regardless of first offense, second offense, third offense, we have predetermined that this is what that is, this amount, this many grams, this whatever paraphernalia, and it's all encompassed and it's very clear. That's what I'm trying to get to.
And I found the chart, and sorry, but I found the chart, and so I believe that if we were able to separate providing and distributing from selling an intent to sell, that would be part of it, because right now that's all one category. So similar to what you were saying about one we have coming before us on Tuesday night, we're including passing a vape with the same person who has a pile of cash and a bag of whatever
And a list.
everything else, and a list.
A list of clients.
Which I'm not okay with.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
no,
not
I'm not
either.
okay with
And so we have to, I'm just looking again at our current Code of Student Conduct, the interactive one, the chart here, the offense, first offense, second offense, that we have providing, selling, intent to sell, and distributing all classified in the same category. And this board has proven that we do not believe those 4 things are the same.
And the board will need to give direction on that, because for even within the world of drug law and the criminal justice system, there is not a distinction made except for as to how severe the consequence might be. For example, intent to sell can be evinced in a number of ways. It can be because there are multiple small baggies or multiple small individual packages of it, or an amount, or any number of things. And sale is usually also referred to as just distribution or providing. And the reason is because sometimes it's not as clear as it was, $20 for this amount of substance. Instead, was something of value exchanged, even if that was, I'm paying you back for lunch money from last week,
Some
or
type of
I'm trying
consideration.
to get some kind of consideration, yeah. So, and is there something of value exchange? Sometimes it gets into situations where it's very difficult to clearly put your finger on. That way, the transfer, because ultimately, I think what the board has expressed also, and the superintendent I know has expressed this as well, is that ultimately providing another student with a controlled substance is the larger offense than whether or not you did it for free or did it for some entrepreneurial investment or something like that. It's the safety issue and the issue of potential damage is the transfer of that substance from you to another student, not whether you intended to make money off of it or not. So those are things which, without a clear expression from the board as to an exact strategy of how to balance those factors, which will be difficult. I mean, judges struggle with this in their courtrooms as well. Without a clear way to balance that, it becomes very difficult to separate between each of those levels, whether it's intent to distribute, it's distribution, it's providing, or it's selling. So just going to leave that for discussion as well. It's the law of unintended consequences. Every time you try to do something well in your code of student conduct, you have to think of the 40 ways that it could possibly also create problems for you down the road. And you all are experienced enough to and aware of that because you've all seen it, and there are difficulties. That's why it's important for us to talk about it.
Here.
Yes, Board Member Thrower.
Thank you, Attorney Powers. That helps, because wouldn't it be nice if there was just a matrix or decision tree that we could file and be like, oh, okay, input data, here's the outcome, rubber stamp, next. I just don't think that we can get around our quasi-judicial capacity. And this is where principal discretion, I think, really is important, because we don't know the kid, and principals, hopefully, because of good training and good ethics, are 9 times out of 10 going to be sending things forward that, after you've screened them, we are going to be valid for us to consider in our quasi-judicial capacity. What has been frustrating at different times through our years on the board, and I'll say the collective we, because have been situations where I think each of us feel like, well, how did this come through?
Right.
And those have been anomalies. So that, to me, it's the tightening up of those processes, continuing that, and making sure that the parents are well versed with the Code of Student Conduct. At least, we can't force them to read it, but we can certainly provide those bold warnings.
If I may, just
I don't want to
address-
get stuck not being able to give a consequence where,
Right.
in my quasi-judicial capacity, I'm like, oh no.
Yeah.
If I want to respond just briefly, or add on, I should say, to what Attorney Powers is saying about when there's involving drug sales. If we're trying to distinguish between whether or not something of value, and this is not to say you can't do it that way, I just want to be clear about what the consequence could be, unintended consequences would be if we have to show that something of value was exchanged, whether it's money or paying back for something, that is going to create an additional burden on our staff to try to make that determination. And if they can't make that determination, then we're unable to reach that. Like, we know it happened, but the kid won't admit it. That puts us in a position where it's harder and harder to get that consequence. Now, once again, I'm not saying that we can't do it that way. I'm just showing perhaps an unintended consequence that may occur when that might happen. And then going back, kind of, I think, to what you were just saying, Ms. Thrower, about when it goes from the principals have to be the ones with the discretion because the statute requires it. We could remove that discretion by making things zero tolerance, and we could tell them, and we have that in certain items, zero tolerance on certain things, but as the board has seen as well, even when you have zero tolerance on things that appear to be very obviously zero tolerance items, there's still those outside cases that you probably see where discretion makes sense. And that's kind of the issue too, is we can, so that's one option. What we can do is you can say, well, I want the district to have certain items be more forcefully tackled. Well, we can make those zero tolerance. If this happens, you must bring these forward. But understand the consequence of that, what happens when you do that. And it's, once again, nothing wrong with it. There's just different ways of balancing things, different ways of a judgment and value of what you're looking for. But that would be the natural consequence when that happens. And then the last thing I want to say too is, since it's the principal's discretion to make this recommendation, when it comes to the student discipline office, or to me, my role is the review committee, is we're not there to say that the principal is wrong as far as we don't like that they did this. We are merely there to determine whether or not it fits the student code of conduct. And as I told the board before in the past, you don't know the ones we've sent back. I just had a meeting yesterday, and out of 7, we sent back 2. So just as an example, I'm going to start tracking that, by the way. In a couple months, you can ask me what we're looking, how many there are. But my guess is it's roughly around that percentage, probably.
Are you finding those more for grammatical errors, or?
No, not, when it gets to our level, when it gets to me, it's not grammatical errors at that point. That would be.
You mentioned that earlier, so it was kind of a
Yeah,
joke.
that would be the role before it gets to me. That would be more Dr. Hembrook and her staff. When it gets to the review committee, we're looking strictly, does this meet the facts?
Understood.
And not so much, do we think it's a good idea? Because that's really the principal's call, because the statute says it's a principal's call.
So, since we've been on drugs, if I can just kind of,
Excuse me?
Well, we've been on the topic
Chair.
of drugs. The word pass. So when I pass something to someone else, that means sale.
Distribution. So there's sale, distribution, intent to sell, or all 3 together, because we kind of, the reason why, and I don't want to wax poetic too long in this, but sale is obvious with money, distribution, just handing it out to someone else. Intent to sell is maybe you haven't done it yet, but we caught you with so much in baggies and scales and lists of names, we can say you were going to distribute it.
Understood.
That's why those 3 kind of go together.
And then, Dr. Campbell, since you had it up, what is the other language? What was the other side of that?
So under illegal drugs, there's possession, purchase under the influence, and those are beginning first offense would be a level 3. But under the providing, selling, intent to sell, distributing, first offense is a level 4.
Mm-hmm.
And part of the reason that I believe we're having this discussion right now is because of slide 9 in your presentation, which I need to make sure I've tried to open it 2 different places. Because of the very last one is sale, distribution of illegal substance, was in your presentation as being an expulsion without services, which now we're classifying as expulsion to off-campus virtual alternative learning. And if that were to be the case, I still believe that sell, intent to sell would land in that category, and providing or distribution, where we haven't seen money changing hands, we don't see entrepreneurial efforts that are legitimately
there's no gain from one person to the other.
That passing it to someone else, or you use the word pass, would fall under expulsion to on-campus alternative learning. I see those as being the 2 variations in the level 4 infraction that if we as a district cannot, we have them that are so blatant sell, so blatant intent to sell. We see them so much more frequently but we also see 2 kids doing it in a bathroom, passing it back and forth, and that's.
Or there was the grape juice scenario, we've been through a couple different nuances, and I think they happen more often in middle school than in high school. And we're seeing these instances where we're passing something to someone else with no other intention than being curious, and it's their first drug offense, and I don't want to see that student not get face-to-face learning. Now, when they're selling, and there's obviously sale, I don't want them to go to Mr. Jones's campus and then just continue their entrepreneurial efforts. right? And I get that. And I think, and the other piece to this that we haven't discussed is what's the step up or down, depending on how you're looking at the pyramid, from Mr. Jones's campus. So if I am given the opportunity with face-to-face services at MTI for the period of time, and then I do another level 3 or level 4 offense, but it is not traditionally an expellable without services offense, like possession, like let's say I get caught with THC vape again, but it's only on my body. That wouldn't normally get me virtual learning as my consequence. But if I'm already at MTI's campus, does that then get me virtual learning? And I think that it should.
I agree with that. I agree.
There should be a step up. Like if I'm already alternatively placed at our alternative learning site face-to-face and I do another offense that is expellable of any capacity, I now lose the opportunity and privilege for face-to-face instruction.
Yes. Just to be clear, and make sure I heard you right, it would be they're already at MTI and they've committed then another offense, but it would, in the real world, be expellable with services again, but they're already getting services, so.
Yeah,
so they would then-
and really it would be any expellable offense at that point, because they're already receiving the face-to-face instruction. So any offense that is not really even encompassing an alternative placement, because an alternative placement would also put that MTI. So, because there are some level 3s that are alternative placements for 45 days, potentially, that are not necessarily an expulsion. But if I'm already at MTI and I commit an offense that is going to land me back at MTI, then I should lose the privilege to be at MTI, is my personal take on it.
I agree. Oh, yes, Board Member Thrower.
Scenario, level 3, maybe there's a scuffle of some kind, and then the principal with discretion says, I don't want this kid off my campus. He's been doing so well. I want to keep him,
Then I think that you creatively use the code and you find the correct code that's a level 2 instead of a level 3, and you code the discipline consequence correctly to reflect the consequence.
So if I may provide an example.
Yes.
When we have a fight and it involves 3 individuals, it's automatically a 3. So let's say it could be a 4 depending, but it's at least a 3. If you have, let's say, 2 kids are in a fight and then one kid comes by and gets 1 punch on the shoulder right as the fight's breaking up, and that's it. That's technically a 3 for the kid that joined, right? There's no way you can call it a 2. There's not. Now, maybe the kid is entitled to being expelled at that point for the reason stated, but understand that's kind of the issue that we deal with as well. If that came to me and I said, Mr. Blackman, what is that? That is a 3. There's no way you can call it anything else other than a 3. But the principal could have discretion to say, I know it's a 3, however, I'm not moving forward with that because I've been working with them, and for all the reasons that principals might have discretion or understanding about the situation.
I guess, though, what I'm trying to say is I'm not trying to limit Mr. Jones's discretion to keep them. I'm trying to strengthen his discretion to get rid of them, is what I'm not trying to say you can't keep that kid if that kid made a poor choice and just did 1 shoulder punch at the end of a fight. If Mr. Jones says, I want that child to continue to receive services, then that's the discretion that he makes. But what I'm saying is, on the opposite side of that, he has every right to then say, this opportunity has now earned you virtual, and your clock starts over.
Board Member.
So I think that based on this conversation right now, that if you are expelled on the MTI campus and you commit a level 4 while there, you're automatically in this. But if you commit a level 3, we leave it to Mr. Jones as the discretion to say, yep, we're good, or no, you're gone. Because we're classifying 3s and 4s together. But I think if we're actually putting something in writing that you're already an expelled student and it's a 4, and you do a 4 on that campus. The other thing I want to kind of ask, because we're using terms all together and I want to make sure we're all on the same page. There's definitely a difference in the students at MTI that are alternatively placed, that are there for short periods of time, as opposed to those we send for a full year plus. So if you are alternatively placed, you might be there because of a level 3 infraction, and then you jump into a fight or something on that campus and your level 3 was possession or whatever, and then you're there because your siblings, for whatever reason, somebody was talking bad about your sibling, and you jump into that fight with the sibling, all that, because we have another one coming up on Tuesday. I continue to say there has to be something about siblings. Maybe it's additional training, but for those kids. But if that happens on that campus, I still think that's different. I don't think that's an automatically moving to off-campus virtual alternative learning if you've been alternatively placed and then have a level 3 or level 4 on the MTI campus. I'm kind of looking to Mr. Jones. I don't know if he agrees with that, but I see a difference in those students that we haven't expelled out of the gate, and we've chosen to put them at MTI for alternative placement, which we don't actually see those packets. So I have to say that again. We don't see the alternative placement packets. We don't have any idea what those offenses look like. Those come to us as a list of names, and y'all have made that decision, and we don't vote on that. We've received the packet, but
I want to thank you for the conversation because I was thinking of some scenarios. We have a lot of students that are on our campus for fights, and therefore they got into a fight. Now, under a couple of the scenarios, now they have a THC vape. Is that expulsion without services because they're already there? And is there a definition between, are they doing the same offense? If they have a fight, level 3, then come back, have another fight, then we'll move it to level 4. Or is it alternative, example, off campus without services because of the amount of fights? So there's a lot of different scenarios that we will have to work through in order to make that part of it work. But the one thing, like we said from the beginning, we're trying to make sure that the students are there for education. And so we need to make sure that the students that aren't there for education, there's a difference between a student who has 144 referrals. And yes, he got there for a fight, but he's doing other things. And so we need to be able to at least have some type of consideration for that part also, because I say it all the time to principals, it's easy to get rid of someone when they have a vape or something on their campus, but that student had been doing a whole lot more that was not expellable. They got 98 referrals, but because they had the vape, now we can get rid of them. So there's a lot, there's a big difference between those two scenarios. So we need to be able to at least look at the history of the student, and I think that's where the principal discretion is coming in.
so while you're there, Mr. Jones, again, if we are making this decision, I certainly want to give you the ability to say, you're on our campus, you've been expelled, you commit an expellable offense on that campus, we can put you in an off-campus virtual. We want to give you that ability to do that for sure. And I think we all are in agreement that we need to make sure that that's written into the code, if it's consensus today, whatever that looks like. Because I think that we are all in agreement that if of all the opportunities that we could put kids in a virtual off-campus, it's the kids that we've already sent in an on-campus alternative learning that continue to commit offenses. But the differentiation I do want to ask, though, is between the students that are alternatively placed there for the short period of time versus those that have been expelled. And is there a delineation there that you would like for us to consider? Or if you're alternatively placed and you're on the MTI campus and you do an expellable offense, then you can be expelled off campus.
I think if they're on campus, especially if they're on campus for the alternative placement, we do need to have right now we have the availability for me not to send them back to their base school for discipline, academics, or attendance. So I think keeping that in place would really help, because the simple fact is those are things that, because you're there and we're giving you an opportunity, we need to make sure that you're earning your way back. So having that principal discretion to be able to say that, yes, we're going to keep you here until this happens, it would be great.
Thank you.
I think we should recap the questions we were asked.
Yes. Dr. Hembrook, do you want to look through your list and see what you need clarification on. I just did get a notification that they do need this room in just a little bit. So I promised them that we would try to wrap up. If that means board, that we have to continue this conversation another time.
What time do they need the room?
They did not give me a definite time, just that they need to get it to set up for a workshop. So,
What-
do you want to give us?
3 o'clock is what I'm saying. Is when you need it, or that's when the workshop is?
Okay.
Okay, so
Half hour,
But
40
we have about
minutes
30
before, so
Okay,
we
all
need
right,
to be
thank
out of
you.
here by
2:15,
2:15.
right?
Okay,
That gives
all right.
30 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, so on one of the questions was, does the board want to expel without services? I think where we landed was that there were some students that, if it's a recommendation for expulsion, will come to alternative learning at MTI brick and mortar, but then the others would be expulsion to an off-campus virtual learning.
Yes.
Yes.
And what I heard Chair Conrad say was that she still wants something for a child who makes a very, 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 very dangerous poor choice. That
I
is
do.
in
I think
elementary
that's-
school.
I think that's important to have it as an option.
And
Not
so
that-
I think if we do away with expulsion without services, then we are eliminating the opportunity for what Chair Conrad asked.
I appreciate that. Yes, I agree. I think there are extreme circumstances that may need to be the case.
Okay, so I would need to do some work and
Okay.
figure out what that might look like
Okay.
for a K-5 student. And I'd have to come back to you with that.
What is the zero tolerance? What are our zero tolerances?
The firearm, weapon on a campus. It's the big three.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Drugs, assault.
It's homicide, sexual battery, threat, and a weapon on campus. Those are, I believe those are the zero tolerance ones.
Weapon or firearm? Firearm.
Firearm, sorry.
Firearms.
'Cause
yeah.
weapon includes even
Pocket knife.
pocket knife.
Yeah. So firearm.
I think it's certain weapons. There's a weapon category. I
Right.
can't remember it off the top of my head, but any weapons that fall under that specific category, and firearm is one of them.
Here, I'll read it. Bringing a firearm or weapon as defined to school at any function or onto any school-sponsored transportation, or possessing a firearm at school, making a threat or false report defined in the statute respectively involving school or school personnel, property, transportation, school-sponsored activities. Even threats or false reports made in jest or exaggeration may be treated as serious. Assault or battery on any elected official or employee of a school district, and hazing as defined. That is zero tolerance. So,
Okay.
well, I just want to, is your desire that any zero tolerance for an elementary student then is an expulsion without services? Is that what you're trying?
No, I have to think about that.
Okay.
I need a little more time to go over that. That was a fast read of the list, and there was a
Okay.
lot more on it than I thought.
Okay.
That's just my honest answer. And I wouldn't want to commit to that because that's a severe punishment for K through 5. Yes. Board Member
Chair, and
Keller.
I'm almost with you on that, especially because the expulsions are for such a long period of time. And for a very young child that commits a really bad offense, I personally think they should not be on campus for at least a decent chunk of time while they're getting virtual instruction that would need to look differently, obviously, than middle and high. But also with the opportunity to come back sooner because they're that much younger. I mean, think about how long it took for us to get to a birthday. Now it's like they come every 2 days.
So then I think we agree on the first two, and then we basically are in a holding pattern as to what to do if an elementary age student did basically a zero tolerance act. The board, you'd need to bring it before the board for us to figure out what we want to do?
Correct.
Okay, I'm
okay
comfortable
with
with that.
Okay.
Because those happen so
Infrequently.
Right.
Thank God.
right.
And the last, for me, the last clarity is when we were talking about having specific codes related to expellable offenses, then we got into a conversation about principal discretion, and I think it was a great conversation, and I think we all value the principals and what they're doing at their school, but I'm not sure that I know exactly moving forward. I know we're moving forward to the 25-26, and we are starting that process now. But if we make any changes to our current student code of conduct, I need to know what that ask is. But I believe that also is still subject to rulemaking development, which is another process. So that's my next clarifying question to you.
Personally, I've had the same concern all school year. So at this point, with, I don't know, 68 school days left or something like that, we don't need to, by the time we did the rulemaking, the code of conduct would be adjusted in barely time for the school year to be over. So I don't think that there's enough, enough there to change the code of conduct for this school year. But I maintain all of the things that I've previously said.
In agreement with that. I will share that the principal's input is very important to me. Really, what I took out of that conversation is just that in our trainings, we keep hitting home what our expectation is, because that was the basis of that conversation, is the difference in what's brought forward from each school, so that we continue to express what our expectations are and how we want them to be followed.
So,
Yep. Go ahead.
if we're going down
Go
the
ahead.
line,
Yeah.
sorry. So I'm looking to Tuesday night because we already have another recommendation from the agenda. This group of students is with services. This group of students is without services. Do we make the decision now upon the chair's approval to change the wording in the agenda to say those without services are expulsion to expulsion to off-campus virtual alternative learning? And I would be okay with that, certainly if the rest of the board was. So we're not actually even using the terminology without services any longer. But then that also, in looking at these three that are coming before us, I can see that a couple of them, based on all of our conversation today, potentially are fine to be voted on in that capacity. There is still one of those that I'm glad that we have it in discussion and can vote on them individually. So
Let me be clear, you're indicating not changing our procedure or policy, so to speak, essentially noting instead that the title of what we're calling the agenda items for those will be more clarifying.
And the consequence, because the consequence right now is without services, go figure it out, parents. And instead, it would be with, say your statement for me.
Off-campus virtual alternative learning.
Where they, in some capacity, show up to a virtual meeting with the counselor at MTI so that they can get scheduled into their virtual edgenuity classes. Like, those are two, in my opinion, those are two very different next steps after a board meeting.
So for my purposes, to avoid the necessity of saying you can't do that because of rulemaking and development, I'm clarifying that the thing that's changing for Tuesday is essentially what we're calling something that was what we were going to do anyway. We're calling it.
Correct.
We're calling it by a more apt descriptor.
Correct.
That's all.
Correct.
And the Code of Student Conduct currently says that these are expellable offenses, and we're voting on the expulsion. It's how the learning is delivered post-expulsion. So that part of the Code of Student Conduct, while we will get really transparent on how we're writing that in the future, currently we've just been saying with or without services. Well, now we're not going to have a without services option. It'll all be with services. We'll just have virtual or off campus or on campus. And so, again, in the rulemaking part of it, we'll get real concrete and transparent in the future, but essentially what we're doing and saying and voting upon isn't going to impact the current rule, in my opinion. Because I'm not a lawyer, I just play it on TV.
I agree with that statement. I think, though, that it's still not going to change the nuances of, like, for instance, there are 3 items in they're all in one bucket. By Tuesday night, they're not all going to be in one bucket. They're going to be separated, because I know I'm going to pull at least one of them out from the bucket to somewhere else, because I still don't agree with the consequence for that one. So I'm not sure that until we get to a new code of conduct, we're going to be able to avoid the nuances that we have been going through for the last few months. Because myself as a board member is not going to be able, because I still don't think that one instance of a pass equals the same thing as entrepreneurship. And so those should not be in the same place. And so until the code of conduct gets updated and completely adopted, we're still gonna have to go through this. Personally, that's just my thought.
If I could just, and then we'll, sorry, and I would tend to agree with that, because the only thing that I would like to have seen while this item is listed under discussion, because these are 3 individually different cases, I would have liked to have seen them as 3 different agenda items. So we're not, as the chair is not reading the script and lumping 3 or 4 different students that we might want to vote on differently. And so that's the only thing, but I think we can do it if
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it.
Dr. James is gonna pull the one that I know I'm concerned about as well. Well, I don't know if it's the same one. I'm assuming it is,
I'm
based
assuming it is.
based on everything we've talked about today. So,
Are there
Any other clarifications? Yes. Board
I
Member
just want
Dorr.
clarification that when we meet the next time we meet at 7:30 and then again at 7, that the full board is gonna be voting.
on,
Expulsions?
well, we're not calling it expulsion without services for starters.
Well, they're still going to come to us. There's still going to be people that are families that are going to come and want to dispute consequences.
Absolutely. And so if the expulsion is an expulsion with virtual whatever,
Off-campus virtual learning.
off-campus virtual.
There's still a
alternative learning.
decision to make.
and so I'm still going to maintain, and I'm not going to be pressed to make a decision today, but I'm still going to maintain that until the code of conduct is clear as to what gets you virtual and what doesn't get you virtual, I'm going to have the same issue. Now, my issue will be probably less because everyone is receiving a service from Marion County Public Schools. So I will feel more confident in the decision we're making. But until the code of conduct is clear and reflective of how someone lands somewhere, I'm not comfortable with it.
I understand, and that's been clear. As a previous chair and as a chair now, I will say that sometimes not every board member is here, and then you have less board members to vote, and we're all tasked with the same responsibility. So I'm just, I can be done with this.
Any final comments from the board? Dr.
Okay,
Hembrook?
so what I'm taking away is we're not making any changes to our current Code of Student Conduct, but we're going to let the Code of Student Conduct Committee members process that is starting now, along with, we'll bring your input and feedback and what we heard you today. We'll go through that process with our 25-26 Code of Student Conduct. That's where I landed with that.
Agree.
Okay.
Agreeance?
And then I'm not sure Tuesday night language, if we're changing anything on agenda item. That's my last question.
It sounded like what I heard the board to say is that the titles of the expulsion, instead of saying expulsion without services or expulsion with services, we're going to be titling them in the different ways that you, Dr. Hembrook, and Dr. Campbell discussed earlier as to the, I don't have the exact language in
But the
front of me.
family's already got the packet, so I mean,
Yeah, I
that
was
can't be
I
changed.
understand. I'm just saying for the purposes of what goes on the caption for what's going to be there, so that the valuable conversation that we had today is carried forward, and we don't have confusion over with and without services, because it's taken us hours today to understand what language works for everybody, so that we can get, as superintendent indicated, that nuance that tells us what we're all talking about. We're all on the same page.
Right.
So we had come to agreement, I think, on 2, or the board had come to consensus on 2 names for the without services. And I would just say that based on what I'm hearing from the board, what you're asking is that item title be changed to reflect those 2. Is that correct? Is that accurate summary?
That is correct. That's my understanding.
And the script.
The naming resolution,
on
right.
left. Right, and the script in motion, so
Right.
whenever that is done. So that the motion is going to be not with or without services.
Right.
The motion will actually be.
Okay, and I'll have Ms. Martinez also get with Dr. Hembrook for that for script purposes as well.
Well, and those students though have not been attending MTI. A student who is pending an expulsion without services is at home getting their coursework, maybe or maybe not, delivered to them. So those students are not sitting on Mr. Jones's campus pending this meeting.
Right.
They have been home for, some of them, multiple months. waiting for this meeting. So we can change the language, but it's not going to change the fact that the student has been home and will need to report to MTI the next day, theoretically, to get their schedule for their online learning. Some kind of system has to be created so that the student knows that they're now not picking up packet work from Forest High School or whatever, and they're doing Edgenuity.
So if they're being expelled, they're not allowed on on campus, and that would include the alternative learning program at MTI. And so we would do that virtually with them now through electronic communication, email, and phone. And so we will reach out to those. I think it's 3, and checked with Attorney Blackman. And right now we're just offering another service. So we'll go ahead and move them into that online platform or offer that as a service. Again, they can choose other options, but we can do that.
They just can't come on campus, right?
Yes, that's
Register or anything else.
they're already registered. Well, some of them are, I
Right,
think.
we're talking about the ones that.
Right.
Board Member James,
We can take care of that though electronically.
that was a very valid point.
Anything else you need from us today, Dr. Hembrook?
No, I don't think so. I think I've got everything. I appreciate the conversation.
Yes, thank you.
Public comment.
Is there any public comment? Okay. Seeing none, I will go to board and committee reports and concerns. There's a school board meeting scheduled for January 14th, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. Board meetings and work sessions will be held at the Board of County Commissioners Auditorium, which we thank them greatly for allowing us to use. The next administrative briefing and work session is scheduled for January 23rd, 2025 at 9 a.m. There's a school board meeting scheduled for January 28th, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. And with that, we'll have board comments. Ms. Martinez?
No, Madam Chair.
Attorney Powers?
Nothing for from legal.
Dr. Gullett?
Nothing additional, thank you.
Ms. Thrower?
Just say quickly, welcome back, everyone. Here's to 2025 and ready to vacate the premises so that they can get set up for their next meeting.
Dr. Campbell?
I just had 3 super quick things, and we can follow up on them on Tuesday. I was curious to know when our work session is on the schools that we represent. I know we said we would do that at the first of the year, and so I was just curious as to when that would be. I also wanted to find out when we need to have our recommendations for the Sales Tax Review Committee. I know we had a work session on that before, but just curious to know when we need to have those recommendations and to whom we send them and at what point that occurs. And I also wanted to just have a thought process, and we can continue to marinate on it. We have at least 30 plus individuals who will become a part of what I'm calling the Leadership MCPS alumni. We haven't really done anything with what those people are out there. The Class 1, Class 2, Class 3 is currently underway, and I was curious about having a conversation about possibly creating an advocacy committee as your advocacy liaison. Maybe that would be something we could consider in the future, but if those all 3 need to be future work session agenda items, that's what I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. James?
A couple questions that I've received from the community. The Wyoming Park Elementary 25-26 calendar is nowhere to be found. So we have next year's school calendar posted on our website for all of the regular schools, but Wyoming Park Elementary is not online, and I really don't know if we board approved it or not. I don't have a memory.
Just for your information, there's a survey that went out Tuesday evening to Wyoming Park families and employees, asking them to vote for one of 2 calendars that were created by the calendar committee. That will be brought forward to you for approval, I believe, by Mr. Frazier. That survey remains open through the 16th.
Wonderful. So in the month of February, probably we'll see that calendar for board approval. Thank you. That was my question because I got it from community members. North Marion High School windows and doors update. If you recall, we had a change order back in the fall because they wanted to extend the deadline. The deadline was December 27th. The work is still not complete. So I would like for the board to get an update, either in email or publicly, about where we are with the North Marion High School project that was supposed to be done before school started. And it's now the middle of January. I sent an email about the radiology program at MTC back on the 18th of December. It didn't receive a response, but we did receive communication on the 7th that there is going to be work going forward for the AAS program, I think, in radiology at MTC. This board member would like to have a work session on what is that? What is this AS program? What is it encompassing? What is the timeline for us to back into August, if that's when we're going to be able to start? My email from the 18th asked for that work session agenda item, and I maintain that same request. I would like to understand what is this program, because I think I'm aware we don't offer an AA or an AS program as it exists right now for any other trade, and so this would be something that we're not currently doing, and I want to understand it better. And then finally, board, I want to just touch base on an email we received on the 20th about the owner direct purchase. So the board received an email from Ms. Boombach that had a spreadsheet attached, and that spreadsheet, in her words, included all POs that were issued from July 1st, 2020 to November 2024. So I want to back into that for a second. On November 6th, I submitted an email to Ms. Dobbins, Ms. Boston Ellis, Attorney Powers, and the superintendent requesting more information about all of our POs for essentially 4.5 years to understand what have we done with ODP, and there were 5 questions on that email. And I asked to get all of the information. And on the 8th of November, 2 days later, Ms. Dobbins acknowledged the email and said she was working on it. And then on November 13th, Ms. Boombach essentially said, we got everything we need from finance, and we're going to work on it, and you should have it in about a month. So on the 20th, we received it. But what we received was not a completed task by any means. The final question of my email said, I want to know how much ODP we did not capture over that course of POs. Also, Ms. Boombach's email that we received included something like 120 POs, but there were north of 600 that were actually processed during that time. So this board member formally is requesting, elected as one of the 5 people to review our finances and to ensure that we're doing our job as the elected officials and representing our constituents who just overwhelmingly are supporting us with a sales tax. We need to make sure that every penny that we possibly can save is being saved. And historically, it hasn't. And I want to understand exactly what that looks like so that we can ensure that going forward, we are proving to the taxpayer that we are representing them in the best possible way. So this board member wants to receive not only Ms. Boston Ellis's spreadsheet that had all of the information that Ms. Boombach said she received on 11/13, but I want to see all of the POs so I can understand from my own lens how much ODP could have been captured and was not. And if staff wants to work on that on their own, that's absolutely fine. But personally, I feel like 6 weeks was more than enough time to complete the task that I feel like I was very clear with. And I do believe that that piece to the puzzle was intentionally not done. And I'm not comfortable with continuing to move forward with only allowing staff to come back and have a second crack at it. If they want to, again, that's fine. But this board member wants to receive all of the information, and I want that to be given to all board members. So that concludes my comments. But my expectation is that information is to all the board members by the end of the day tomorrow, as Ms. Boston Ellis clearly sent it in an email around 11/13. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll just add on to that a little bit too. I was disappointed with the information that we received, and thank you, Ms. Boston Ellis, for responding to me so quickly yesterday. I appreciate that, and if we'll just make sure that all board members receive further information as we move forward, it would be greatly appreciated. We wrap up here today. I just want to say thank you again to the Board of County Commissioners and all their staff. We have several that have been sitting with us all day. We really appreciate you. It was really a blessing to be here today, and so thank you very much for your time and your services. And with that, board, no further business, we'll adjourn our work session at 2:10 p.m. We beat it by 5 minutes.